Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. I'd been itching to get away for a while between work, bills, and just life in general kicking me around. A weekend in the woods sounded like the perfect reset. Just me, my brother Drew, and our friend Vincent. No phones, no emails, no noise, just trees, fire, and stars. We settled on a spot out in New Mexico, not the touristy parts. This was deeper, far from cell towers. Near the reservation line, but not quite on it. Drew knew the area from a hunting trip years back. He swore it was beautiful and quiet, and I didn't really care as long as it was far away from everything else. The drive took forever. Dirt roads that weren't really roads anymore, just gravel, tire ruts, and dust for miles. We finally pulled up around 4 in the afternoon on Friday. It was hot, the kind of dry heat that soaks through your shirt but doesn't make you sweat. The silence struck me immediately. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but something emptier. The area felt hollow, devoid of the usual forest sounds. Not even birds, just the soft whine of wind through dry trees and brush. I remember glancing at Vincent, who seemed to notice it too, his eyes scanning the tree line with slight unease. Some wildlife preserve, he joked, but his smile didn't reach his eyes. We set up camp fast. One big tent between the three of us, a little fire ring made of rocks, and coolers stuffed with beer and junk food. Typical guy stuff. We weren't trying to survive off the land or anything, just trying to relax. That first evening, as the sun began to set, the terrain transformed. The shadows stretched like fingers across our campsite, reaching toward us with every passing minute. There was something about the landscape. Jagged rock formations that looked almost human-like in silhouette, trees twisted from years of harsh weather. I felt watched, though I tried to dismiss it as just being unfamiliar with the surroundings. "You feeling okay?" Drew asked, handing me a beer. "You keep looking over your shoulder." "Just making sure nothing's sneaking up on us," I laughed, but the sound felt forced even to my own ears. The first night was fine. We made burgers over the fire, drank a little too much, and sat up telling dumb stories from high school. It was calm. I remember thinking how good the stars looked out there, like you could fall into them if you stared too long. That first night I slept deeply, the exhaustion from the drive and setup overwhelming any lingering unease. I couldn't have known then what the coming days would bring, how quickly our simple camping trip would spiral into a nightmare that would haunt us long after we left those woods. Saturday morning dawned bright and clear. We hiked a nearby trail, explored a dried-up riverbed, and collected firewood for the evening. It was almost noon when Vincent first noticed the markings on the trees. "Hey guys, check this out," he called, standing before a large pine. Drew and I walked over to find strange symbols carved into the bark. Not fresh. The edges were weathered, the inner wood graying with age. They resembled arrows or directional markers, but warped somehow, pointing inward toward a central line. "Trail markers?" I suggested. Drew shook his head. "Not like any I've seen before." We found more as we continued, always in sets of 3, always facing the direction we were headed. Vincent took photos, fascinated by what he assumed were Native American markings or maybe signs from local hunters. I wasn't so sure. Something about their placement felt deliberate, like breadcrumbs leading us deeper. By late afternoon, we'd wandered farther than intended. The terrain became rougher, more isolated. Rock formations created natural corridors that funneled us along, and without discussion, we decided to head back to camp. The sun was beginning its descent, casting longer shadows through the trees. The forest seemed to compress around us, the spaces between trees narrowing. "Does anyone else feel like we're being watched?" Vincent asked suddenly, stopping to scan the tree line. I'd been feeling it all day. Eyes tracking our movement from unseen vantage points. Drew laughed it off, but I noticed how he quickened his pace. We made it back to camp as dusk settled in. The temperature dropped rapidly once the sun disappeared, and we built the fire higher than necessary, creating a bubble of light that felt like protection. The second night started normally enough. We cooked hot dogs, drank beers, shared stories. But something had shifted in the atmosphere. The darkness beyond our firelight seemed thicker, more attentive. I kept glancing toward the trees, certain I'd catch movement if I looked quickly enough. It started weird right after sundown. We were sitting around the fire, Drew throwing pine needles in just to watch them spark, when we heard something move out in the brush. Not an animal sound. Not really. It sounded like shuffling, slow, methodical, like footsteps, but heavier somehow, like something dragging. We all froze. Drew grabbed his flashlight and pointed it toward the noise, but it didn't reach far, just caught the trees and made shadows dance. Probably a deer, Vincent muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. I tried to shake it off too, probably just the dark and a little beer messing with us. But the mood had shifted. It was like the woods had changed around us, heavier somehow, like they were watching. "Let's tell ghost stories," Drew suggested, trying to lighten the mood. But none of us really wanted to feed the growing unease. We turned in earlier that night, packing everything away carefully, making sure no food was left out to attract animals. Inside the tent, we talked quietly, as if trying not to be overheard by whatever lurked in the darkness. "I read somewhere that mountain lions are coming back to this region," Vincent said, clearly trying to rationalize what we'd heard. "Yeah, could be," Drew agreed too quickly. "We should keep the fire going through the night." None of us wanted to be the one to step outside and tend it, though, so we let it die down, watching through the mesh window of the tent as our circle of safety shrank with the diminishing flames. Later that night, I woke up to a sound I still can't describe properly. Not fully. It was like breathing, but not human. Raspy and broken. Coming from just outside the tent, low and close, like someone was crouched down right behind the fabric, just listening, just waiting. I didn't say anything at first, just stayed still, eyes wide open in the dark, trying to convince myself it was nothing. I thought maybe Drew or Vincent had gotten up to take a piss, but when I turned slightly, I could see their shapes on the floor beside me, both still, both asleep. The breathing went on for a full minute. Then, zip, the sound of our tent zipper pulling down, slow as hell, tooth by tooth. I couldn't move. My body locked up completely, my mind screaming at me to grab the flashlight or yell anything, but I just lay there, eyes locked on the little entry flap, but it never opened. Eventually the breathing faded, and I heard it again, that dragging shuffle as it moved away from the tent and disappeared into the brush. I didn't sleep after that, just laid there staring at the ceiling, counting every heartbeat until dawn finally arrived. In the morning, I didn't say anything right away. I figured I was just overtired, or maybe still a little buzzed from the night before. The forest looked benign in the morning light, just trees and rocks and scrubby underbrush. Normal. Safe. I started the coffee while Drew and Vincent still slept, hoping the routine would settle my frayed nerves. When they emerged from the tent, I considered telling them about what I'd heard, but something held me back. What if they thought I was losing it? What if it really had been nothing? But then Vincent stepped outside and called for us in this weird voice, tight and sharp. "You guys need to see this." We came out, and there it was. Footprints all around the tent. Dozens of them. Bare feet, wide and long and misshapen. Like someone with a limp had been pacing around the tent over and over again. Some were smeared. Drag marks. And in the dirt near the fire pit, something had been drawn. A symbol. Just a crude stick figure carved into the dust with a long vertical body and weird antlers or horns curling off the top. The limbs were long and bent out like a spider. "Did you do that?" Drew asked Vincent, half laughing but with his voice cracking a bit. Vincent shook his head. "I thought one of you did." No one said anything for a while. I could see both of them trying to process what we were seeing, to find some rational explanation that would allow us to continue our weekend without admitting we were terrified. "Maybe someone's messing with us," Drew suggested, scanning the tree line. "Maybe there are other campers." "We haven't seen anyone else since we got here," I reminded him. "Could be local kids. Vincent offered, playing pranks on the out-of-towners. We all nodded, clinging to this explanation, even though none of us believed it. The footprints were too numerous, too deliberately placed. And that symbol, something about it made my stomach tighten whenever I looked at it. "Should we pack up?" I asked, finally voicing what we were all thinking. Drew, always the stubborn one, shook his head. "And go where? Drive all night back to the city? No way. We're not letting some prankster ruin our weekend." Vincent nodded, though I could tell he was reluctant. "One more night, then we'll head back in the morning." We packed up breakfast quick that morning and decided to spend the day away from camp. Maybe if we were gone, whoever was messing with us would get bored and move on. We hiked to a small canyon about 2 miles away, bringing lunch and plenty of water. The canyon was beautiful. Red rock walls stretching up nearly 60 feet, ancient petroglyphs etched into some sections. We spent hours exploring, taking photos, trying to pretend everything was normal. But every time the wind picked up, bringing sounds from deeper in the canyon, we'd all freeze, listening intently. "So, about last night," I finally said as we sat eating our sandwiches on a flat rock formation. "Did either of you hear anything? Around 3 in the morning?" They looked at each other, then at me. "You mean the zipper?" Vincent asked quietly. My heart stuttered. "You heard it too?" He nodded. "I thought it was one of you guys going out to pee. I was half asleep." Drew was staring at us now, his sandwich forgotten in his hand. I woke up to breathing. Right outside the tent, I figured it was an animal sniffing around. We sat in silence, the implications settling over us. Someone, or something, had been outside our tent last night, watching us, maybe trying to get in, and now we knew it hadn't been a dream or my imagination. "Should we call the Rangers?" Vincent suggested. "Report it?" Drew shook his head. "No cell service, remember? We'd have to drive back to that gas station we passed, and that's a good hour each way." "We could just leave," I said again. "Pack up and go." But pride and daylight courage won out. We agreed to stay one more night, but with precautions. We'd take shifts staying awake. We'd keep the fire going all night, and we'd keep our knives and the hatchet close. As we hiked back to camp that afternoon, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being followed. Not just watched, but actively tracked. Every time I turned to look behind us, there was nothing there, just empty trail and silent trees. But the sensation persisted, growing stronger as we approached our campsite. The place was giving off bad vibes now. Something didn't feel right. The third night was the worst. We didn't drink that night, didn't really talk much either. Just sat around the fire in silence, throwing in wood and trying not to jump at every creak or gust of wind. The tension was physical, like electricity in the air before a storm. I took the first watch, sitting with my back to the fire, facing the darkness. Drew and Vincent crawled into the tent around 11, but I doubt either of them slept much. Every sound from the forest seemed magnified. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional distant howl of what might have been a coyote. Around midnight, the woods went completely silent. No insects, no wind, nothing. Just absolute stillness that made my ears strain for any sound at all. Then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic tapping from somewhere to my left. Tap, tap, tap. Like someone gently knocking on a tree trunk, keeping time to music only they could hear. I shone my flashlight in that direction but saw nothing, just trees and shadows. The tapping stopped immediately. I waited, heart hammering for it to resume, but instead a new sound emerged from the opposite direction. Whispering, so faint I could barely make it out, but unmistakably human-like. I woke Drew, unable to sit alone with the sounds any longer. He emerged from the tent, bleary-eyed but immediately alert when he saw my face. "Someone's out there," I whispered. "I can hear them." We stood back to back, scanning the darkness beyond the firelight. The whispering had stopped, but the feeling of being observed intensified. Drew suddenly grabbed my arm, pointing into the trees. "There," he hissed. Something moved. I saw it too. A flicker of movement about 30 yards out. A shadow separating from the darkness for just a moment before melting back in. "Hello?" Drew called out, voice steady despite everything. "We know you're there. What do you want?" Nothing. Just that awful silence pressing in from all sides. It was past midnight when we heard it. A voice. At first we thought it was someone yelling from far away. Just one word screamed into the trees. "Help!" We froze. Then it came again. But it wasn't farther away. It was closer. "Help, please." But the voice, it was off, like someone trying to imitate a human. The cadence was wrong. It sounded like it was coming from a throat that wasn't used to speaking. Drew stood up, grabbed the flashlight, and aimed it toward the sound. That's when we saw it. A shape, just at the edge of the firelight. It looked like a man at first. Tall, naked, hunched forward. But its limbs were too long. Its arms dangled nearly to the ground. The skin was pale and patchy, like something half-rotted, and its head, it was tilted wrong, like it had no control over its own neck. It opened its mouth again. "Help! Help me!" it croaked. But now we could all hear it clearly. That wasn't a person's voice. It sounded like one, but it was warped. Like it was pushing the words through a broken speaker. Drew dropped the flashlight. Vincent screamed as he emerged from the tent, and the thing, whatever it was, took one long step forward. We didn't think. We just ran. Grabbed what we could and bolted for the truck. Branches slapped our faces. Thorns ripped at our clothes, but I didn't care. I just kept running. I don't even know how I got to the truck or found the keys, but somehow we did. Threw ourselves inside, slammed the doors, and I floored it. The headlights swept across the trees as we turned, and for just a moment I caught a glimpse of it standing in the middle of our abandoned campsite. It was even taller than I'd thought, impossibly thin, with that same wrong angle to its head. It didn't chase us. It just watched, motionless, as we sped away. We didn't stop until we hit a gas station about an hour out. It was one of those run-down places with a flickering sign and nobody inside except a tired-looking guy behind the counter. We must have looked crazy. 3 guys covered in dirt, sweat, and terror. The cashier didn't say anything at first, just stared. Finally, I told him, maybe stupidly, what happened. I didn't use the word skinwalker or anything, just said there was someone or something out there in the woods that didn't seem human. That's when his face changed. He looked us over real slow and said, "You boys weren't camping near Black Hollow, were you?" We looked at each other. That's exactly where we'd been. He just nodded. "Y'all lucky." "Lucky?" Vincent asked, still shaking. The man leaned in, voice low. "Ain't supposed to be up there this time of year. That's when they walk." He wouldn't say more, just gave us this look like a warning and rang us up for water and snacks without another word. We stayed in a cheap motel that night, didn't talk much, just lay in our separate beds, trying to pretend none of it happened. The drive home the next day was silent. Each of us wrapped in our own thoughts, jumping whenever one of us shifted or cleared a throat. We made a pact, without really discussing it, to never mention what we'd seen, as if saying it aloud would make it more real, would cement it in our realities in a way we couldn't handle. I dropped Vincent off first. He lived in an apartment downtown, surrounded by people and noise and light. Safe. Before he got out of the truck, he turned to me, eyes wide and serious. "Do you think it was real?" he asked, voice barely above a whisper. "What we saw?" I didn't know how to answer. "I don't know what it was," I finally said, "but we all saw it." He nodded, face grim. "Call me tomorrow, okay?" But something in his voice made me think he wouldn't pick up. Drew was next. He lived with his girlfriend in a little house in the suburbs. As he gathered his gear from the truck bed, he paused. "Hey," he said, not meeting my eyes. "Let's not tell anyone about this. They wouldn't believe us anyway." I agreed, watching him walk up the path to his front door. He looked back once, a quick glance over his shoulder, before disappearing inside. I went home to my empty apartment, threw my gear in a corner, and took the longest, hottest shower of my life. as if I could wash away the memory of that thing at the edge of the firelight, the way its limbs didn't move right, that voice, like a puppet learning human words. But I figured it was over. We'd gotten away. We'd left whatever that was behind in the trees, buried in the dust of some cursed stretch of wilderness. But then things started happening. Little things at first, the kind of stuff you'd brush off if it weren't for what we'd seen. The first night I was home, my dog, Rusty, wouldn't stop barking at the backyard. Just stood there at the sliding glass door, ears back, growling at nothing, hackles up, didn't move from that spot for hours. I figured it was a raccoon or something. I didn't go out to check, just closed the blinds and turned the TV up louder than normal. The next night I found muddy footprints on the porch, bare feet, and I live alone. I tried to stay rational, told myself maybe it was a prank or some neighbor's kid messing around. Still, I locked all the doors, checked the windows twice before bed. Then the tapping started. It was around 3 a.m, maybe later. I'd fallen asleep on the couch, too wired to stay in bed. I woke up to this soft tap, tap, tap against the glass. Not loud, not urgent, just deliberate. I didn't move, just sat there, breathing shallow, listening. After a minute, it stopped. I waited another 5, then 10. Nothing. Eventually, I stood up and peeked through the blinds. The porch was empty, but the air felt heavy again. That same pressure I remembered from the woods, like something was near, just out of reach. I turned every light on in the house that night. Slept with a kitchen knife under my pillow like an idiot. Told myself it was just my nerves. Until Drew called the next day. He hadn't spoken to me or Vincent since the motel. I figured he needed space. But when he called, his voice was different. Strained, dry, like he hadn't slept. "I think something followed me," he said. I didn't say anything, just let him talk. He told me he'd been hearing things around his property at night, whispering, scratching, found claw marks on the side of his shed. His dog had gone missing 2 days before. "And the worst part?" he whispered. "I saw it. I looked out my bedroom window last night, and I saw it in the yard, standing there. Same thing from the woods, I swear to God." I didn't want to believe him, not really. But I did, because that night, it was my turn. I was brushing my teeth, just getting ready for bed, when I heard a voice, faint, from outside. "Help!" My stomach dropped. I walked to the window above the kitchen sink, and for a second, just a second, I saw a shadow move across the backyard. A tall, crooked silhouette, hunched and slow. Then it was gone. The lights flickered, my phone glitched, just went black for a minute, then came back on. The next morning I found the back gate open. I always lock it, always. The grass looked trampled, flattened, like something had circled the house over and over again. I called Vincent. He didn't answer. I tried again an hour later, still nothing. That night, he finally messaged me. "Bro, are you seeing it too? Outside my window right now, it's just standing there." I called him. No answer, just a text a few minutes later. It said my name, it said it in my voice. And then nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in my living room with all the lights on, front door deadbolted, shotgun across my lap. My fingers were trembling the whole time. The next morning I drove to Vincent's place. His front door was locked, but his car was in the driveway. I knocked, rang the bell, pounded on the door. Nothing. I walked around to the back and looked through the window. That's when I saw the living room, completely torn apart. Couch cushions shredded, the coffee table split in half. Deep gouges in the floor, like claws. Not dog claws, not anything normal. Deep, uneven slashes like something had raked the ground in a frenzy. And in the center of the room, sitting upright in the corner, was Vincent's phone. Just sitting there, screen cracked, still on. I didn't go in. I called the cops. They took it seriously, I guess, especially after seeing the state of the place. But Vincent was gone. No blood, no signs of a break-in, just gone, like he'd been taken. They asked me questions. I lied through most of them. I wasn't about to start talking about monsters from the woods or voices mimicking your name in the dark. They listed him as missing. That was it. Drew and I didn't talk for a few days. Then he called again, said he was leaving, moving, going to stay with his uncle in Montana, off-grid. "I can't be here anymore," he said. "I don't think we're safe. I don't think anywhere's safe, but maybe if I'm far enough out, it won't find me again." I didn't argue. I understood. But I wasn't going to run. I wanted to know what it was. I wanted to understand why it was doing this, why it waited until we were home, safe, before it started tearing us apart. That night, I sat in front of my computer, the shotgun never far from reach, and started researching. If I couldn't outrun this thing, maybe I could understand it. Maybe knowledge would be protection enough. The internet was full of stories, some lurid and clearly fake, others chillingly similar to our experience. People camping in remote areas, strange figures at the edge of firelight, voices calling for help in the night, and afterward, the stalking. The sense of being followed, being hunted, even in supposedly safe places. Most disturbing were the stories of what happened to those who were taken. They were never found. Not their bodies. Not any trace. Just gone, with destruction left behind. Claw marks. Chaos. And in many cases, a symbol like the one we'd seen, that crude stick figure with long limbs and antlers. I printed out dozens of articles, taped them to my wall, connected them with red string like some conspiracy theorist. I wasn't sleeping much anymore. Every noise outside startled me. Every shadow seemed to contain movement. But I kept digging, desperate for anything that might help. That's when I found it. An old forum post from someone claiming to be a ranger in New Mexico. He wrote about territorial markers in the forests near certain tribal lands. Symbols carved into trees or drawn in dirt that served as warnings to stay away. And more importantly, he wrote about how to counter them. "If you see the watcher's sign," he wrote, "do not run, it wants the chase. Instead, make your own mark, a circle with a line through it drawn in your own blood. This is the sign of protection from the old ones. It cannot cross this barrier." It sounded crazy, desperate, but I was becoming desperate myself. I stared at that post for hours, wondering if there was any truth to it, any hope. The tapping at my window had become nightly now. Always at the same time, 3:12 a.m. exactly. Always in the same pattern. And sometimes, when I was brave enough to look, I would catch a glimpse of that tall, wrong-shaped silhouette watching from the yard. I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls, started boarding up windows and installing more locks. My neighbors probably thought I was losing my mind. Maybe I was. The lack of sleep, the constant fear, it was taking a toll. But I couldn't stop now. I had to understand. I had to find a way to end this. A week later, I started hearing scratching on my windows. It came every night at the same time, around 3:12 a.m. Just this slow, deliberate scritch across the glass. I recorded it once, listened back the next day. It wasn't just scratching. There was whispering underneath, barely audible. My name, over and over, whispered in my own voice. That was the night I almost lost it. I packed a bag, threw it in the truck, and just started driving. Nowhere in particular, just away. But 2 hours out of town, in the middle of nowhere, my truck died. Lights went out, engine sputtered, just died. I sat there on the side of the road, pitch black outside, and I swear to God I could see something in the trees, watching. I turned the key over and over, and it finally started again, roared back to life like nothing had happened. I didn't go home after that. I crashed at a friend's place out of state for a few days, slept on the couch, kept the lights on. Nothing happened while I was there, no tapping, no voices, just peace. But I couldn't stay forever. Eventually, I came back, and now, every night, the lights flicker. Every night the porch camera glitches, and every night at exactly 3:12 a.m. the motion sensor by the back door lights up. But there's never anyone there when I check the footage later. I tried calling Drew again, wanting to know if he was experiencing the same things or if his escape to Montana had worked. The number was disconnected. I tried his girlfriend, but she just said he'd left weeks ago, hadn't heard from him since. He kept saying something was after him, she told me, voice tight with worry. I thought he was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe he was. Maybe we all were. I tried to check the online forums again for more information, but the post I'd found earlier was gone, deleted. The entire forum shut down. It was like someone was systematically erasing any information that might help me. I started setting up cameras around my house, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever was stalking me. Most nights they'd malfunction right around 3 a.m., just static or blackness during the crucial time. But one night, one camera caught something. It was at the edge of my yard, partially hidden by trees. That same tall figure, but the footage showed more detail than I'd seen before. Its skin wasn't just pale. It was almost translucent in places, stretched too tight over a frame that seemed more like twisted branches than bones. The head remained at that unnatural angle, but now I could see why. The neck was too long, bent backward, as if broken and never healed. And its eyes, two black hollows that reflected no light at all. Not looking at the camera, but at my bedroom window, watching, waiting. I almost deleted the footage immediately. Some primal part of me screamed that having this image, this proof, was dangerous, that acknowledging the thing made it stronger. But I needed evidence, needed to know I wasn't crazy. I saved the video to a drive and took it to the police station the next day. Told them I thought someone was stalking me, that I feared for my life. The officer looked concerned at first, then confused as he watched the footage. "Sir, there's nothing here," he said, turning the screen toward me. Where I'd seen the creature, clear as day, the screen now showed only empty trees and shifting shadows. The timestamp remained, but the figure was gone, erased somehow between my house and the station. The officer suggested I seek help, maybe talk to someone about anxiety and paranoia. He gave me a card for a mental health clinic. I took it, nodding, pretending to agree. But I knew what I'd seen, knew it wasn't just in my head. That night things escalated. The tapping became pounding, violent impacts that made my windows rattle in their frames. The power cut out completely, plunging the house into darkness broken only by my emergency flashlight. And for the first time, I heard it speak inside the house. "Help me," my own voice called from the hallway. "Please help." I barricaded myself in the bathroom, shotgun aimed at the door, heart threatening to explode from my chest. The voice moved through the house, room to room, getting closer each time. The doorknob to the bathroom rattled, turned slightly, then stopped. Silence fell. Complete and absolute. I stayed there until morning, afraid to move, afraid to breathe too loudly. When sunlight finally crept under the door, I emerged to find my house in chaos. Furniture overturned, pictures smashed, walls gouged with those same claw marks I'd seen at Vincent's, and on every mirror in the house, drawn in what looked like ash, that symbol, the stick figure with antlers and long, twisted limbs. I remembered what the forum post had said about countering the mark. It seemed insane, but I was beyond logic now. I took a knife, cut my palm, and drew a circle with a line through it on every mirror, every window, every entrance to the house. I repeated the process outside, drawing the symbol in the dirt around the perimeter of my property. Then I waited. Night fell. The clock ticked toward 3:12 a.m. I sat in the center of my living room, shotgun ready, bloodied hand throbbing, straining to hear any approach. 3:12 came and went. Nothing, no tapping, no voices, no power outages. For the first time in weeks, the night passed quietly. I began to hope. Had it worked? Had the symbols actually protected me? I allowed myself a few hours of fitful sleep, waking to sunlight streaming through the windows. The sense of relief lasted until my phone rang. It was Drew's girlfriend again, her voice broken by sobs. "They found his truck," she managed. "In Montana, empty, just empty. But there were claw marks all over the inside and some kind of symbol drawn on the dashboard." My stomach dropped. So it hadn't stopped. It had just shifted focus, moved on to Drew while I'd temporarily warded it off. "I'm so sorry," I said, not knowing what else to offer. "The police think it was an animal attack," she continued. "A bear or something. But there was no blood. None at all. How could an animal attack leave no blood?" I had no answer for her. None that wouldn't sound completely insane. After I hung up, I stood in my kitchen, staring at the symbols I'd drawn in my own blood the night before. They were working for now. But for how long? And at what cost? Had I just redirected this thing to Drew? Was I responsible for whatever had happened to him? I called the police station where Drew's case was being handled, pretending to be a concerned friend who had information. The detective was gruff, but listened as I asked about details, about whether there were any leads. "Look, I can't share much," he finally said. "But I will tell you, this isn't the first disappearance like this we've seen recently. Same pattern. Vehicle abandoned, no blood, those weird markings. Something strange is happening out there in those woods." I asked him how many cases, how far back they went. "At least 6 in the last year," he admitted. "All hikers or campers who ventured into restricted areas, all gone without a trace." So we weren't the first. And based on what had happened to Vincent, and now apparently Drew, we wouldn't be the last. Something was in those woods. Something that attached itself to people, followed them home, and eventually took them. And I was still on its list. The protective symbols had worked for one night. But as I inspected them in the daylight, I noticed they were already fading, the blood drying to a dull brown, flaking away in places. I would need to renew them, to keep cutting myself open night after night if I wanted to stay safe. Or I could do what I knew I had to do. Go back to those woods. Find the source. End this. I don't talk to anyone about it anymore. I tried once. A friend at work. He gave me this look like I needed help. Like I was unraveling. Maybe I am. Maybe it's just trauma. Some part of my brain cracking from stress. But deep down, I know the truth. That thing from the woods, it's not just some cryptid or old story, it's real. And it wants something, not to kill, not at first. It wants you to see it. It wants to be known, to be feared, to be inside your life. Drew is still missing. No leads, no updates. Vincent, too, gone without a trace. And me. Every time I close my eyes, I hear that voice. Help. Not from far away now, from inside the house, and I don't know what to do anymore. The protective symbols work, but each morning they need to be redrawn. Each morning, another cut, another smear of blood. My hand is a mess of scars now, the pain constant. This isn't sustainable. I can't live like this forever, jumping at shadows, bleeding myself dry for temporary protection. So I've made a decision. Tomorrow I'm going back to Black Hollow, back to where it all started. I've spent weeks researching, gathering any information I can find about the area, about similar disappearances, about rituals of protection that might be more permanent than my blood-drawn circles. An old Navajo text I found talks about confrontation, about facing these entities at their source, about reclaiming your own voice and name from them. It says they can only take those who run, those who allow fear to consume them. I don't know if it's true, but it's the only hope I have left. I've packed my truck with supplies, salt, white sage, cedar, iron nails, and other items mentioned in various protective rituals. I've written down everything I know, everything I've experienced in this journal. If I don't come back, at least there will be a record, a warning to others. Tonight is my last night at home. I sit by the window watching the darkness gather outside. The protective symbols are still holding. No tapping, no whispers yet. But there's a pressure building, like the air before a storm. It knows I'm planning something. It can sense my intent. In the yard, just beyond the barrier of my blood-drawn circle, I can see it. Not hiding anymore. Not lurking at the edges of vision. It stands fully visible, that impossible height, those wrong-angled limbs. Its head swivels slowly, black voids of eyes fixed on me through the glass. Watching. Waiting. For the first time, I don't look away. I stare back, meeting that empty gaze. And I understand something I hadn't before. It's not just hunting me. It's studying me, learning me, becoming me in some twisted way. The thought makes my stomach churn, but I hold its gaze. Tomorrow, I say aloud, knowing somehow it can hear me. This ends tomorrow. The creature tilts its head further, neck bending at an angle that would snap human vertebrae. A sound emerges from it. Not quite a laugh, not quite a growl. An acknowledgement, perhaps. A challenge accepted. Dawn breaks, and I load the final supplies into my truck. The neighborhood is quiet, oblivious to the horror that has been unfolding in their midst for weeks. I take one last look at my house, knowing I may never see it again. The protection symbols have held through the night, but they're fading fast, brown blood turning to dust. The drive to New Mexico feels different this time. No excitement, no anticipation of relaxation. Just grim determination and fear churning in my gut. The roads become familiar as I approach Black Hollow, the same gravel paths, the same twisted trees. It's exactly as I remember, yet somehow more sinister in daylight. I park at the trailhead, a quarter-mile from where we camped that weekend. The forest is silent around me, not even wind disturbing the leaves. Waiting. I gather my supplies, a backpack filled with protective items, a knife, a flashlight. The shotgun stays in the truck. I know somehow it would be useless against what I'm facing. The hike to our old campsite is eerie. The forest feels dense, compressed, like it's leaning in toward the path. I keep my eyes forward, refusing to look for movement in the periphery. The symbols we found carved in trees weeks ago seem more numerous now, or perhaps I'm just noticing them more. They all point inward, toward the center of the hollow. Our campsite is untouched. The fire ring still there, the flattened grass where our tent stood, and in the center, fresh in the dirt, that symbol. Larger now, more detailed. The stick figure with antlers and twisted limbs. It wasn't here when we fled. Something has drawn it recently, waiting for me. I set up my own circle. Salt poured in a perfect ring, iron nails driven into the ground at cardinal points, sage burning in the center. I sit cross-legged inside this barrier and wait as the sun begins its descent. The text said I must confront it at dusk, the time between worlds, when barriers are thinnest. Hours pass. The forest grows darker, shadows lengthening. I maintain my position, focusing on steady breathing, on keeping fear at bay. This entity feeds on terror. I believe that now. It grows stronger with each quickened heartbeat, each panicked thought. When dusk finally arrives, the transformation is immediate. The air thickens, becomes heavy in my lungs. Sounds emerge from all directions, whispering, scratching, that familiar tap, tap, tap on tree trunks. Movement flickers at the edges of my vision, but I keep my gaze fixed on the symbol in the dirt. I know you're here, I say, voice stronger than I feel. I've come to end this. The whispering intensifies, becoming a chorus of voices. Some I recognize. Vincent's laugh, Drew's sarcastic tone, my own voice calling for help. They circle around me, incorporeal yet pressing against my protective barrier, testing its strength. Then silence falls again. Complete, absolute. And it appears, stepping from between trees that seem to bend away from its passage. Taller than I remembered, its limbs longer, its body more twisted. The head still at that wrong angle, black void eyes fixed on me. It stops at the edge of my circle, head tilting as it examines my barrier. A sound emerges from it, that broken, raspy breathing I first heard outside our tent. "You came back," it says, using my voice perfectly now. No distortion, no mechanical quality. Just my voice, as if coming from my own mouth. "To finish this," I reply, fighting to keep my voice steady. "Finish?" it asks, circling my barrier slowly. Nothing ends, it only changes. Becomes something new. I follow its movement, turning to keep it in sight. "What are you?" A sound that might be laughter. I am what walks between, what watches, what waits. "What did you do to my friends?" It pauses, head tilting further. "They ran. You stayed." "Where are they?" "Here," it says, gesturing to itself. "There, everywhere, part of the watching now." My blood runs cold at the implication. That my friends aren't just gone. They've been absorbed somehow, become part of this entity. Their voices, their memories, parts of them still exist within it. And that's what you want from me, I say. Not a question. You are different, it replies. You came back. Voluntary offerings are rarer, stronger. I'm not offering myself. That broken laughter again. Yet here you are. The entity moves closer to my barrier, one elongated finger reaching out to touch the line of salt. It hisses, withdrawing slightly as the salt glows faintly on contact. Protections, it says, almost amused. They will not last. They don't need to, I reply, reaching into my backpack. I just need them long enough. I withdraw the final item from my pack, a small mirror, its surface inscribed with the counter symbol I'd been using at home, the circle with a line through it, drawn in my blood. The entity recoils slightly, those void eyes narrowing. Reflections can be problematic. That's what I'm counting on, I say, raising the mirror toward it. You've been taking from us, our voices, our forms, our fear. Now I'm taking back. I begin reciting the words from the Navajo text, ancient phrases that feel strange on my tongue but powerful nonetheless. As I speak, the mirror's surface begins to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone. The entity shrieks, a sound that contains multitudes, dozens of voices crying out at once. It lunges toward my barrier, clawed hands striking against the invisible wall created by salt and iron. The mirror in my hands grows hot, painfully so, but I continue the chant, holding it steady, pointed at the creature. Its form begins to waver, like heat rising from asphalt, portions of it seeming to peel away, drawn toward the mirror's surface. I hear Vincent's voice, clear as day. Keep going. Then Drew's, it's working. The entity thrashes, its form stretching, distending, as pieces of it are pulled into the mirror. The void eyes fix on me one last time, and I hear my own voice emerge from it once more. This changes nothing. I am always watching. With a sound like air rushing from a vacuum, the entity collapses inward, drawn into the mirror in a spiral of darkness. The glass cracks but holds, a web of fractures spreading across its surface. Within the cracks, I can see movement. Shadows shifting, faces forming briefly before dissolving again. Then stillness. The forest exhales around me, normal sounds returning, insects chirping, leaves rustling. My protective circle remains intact, but the mirror in my hands feels heavy, alive with captured energy. I don't know if I've destroyed the entity or merely contained it. The texts weren't clear on that point. All I know is that the pressure is gone. That sense of being watched, being hunted, has lifted. Whether temporary or permanent, I've bought myself time. I carefully wrap the mirror in a cloth inscribed with protective symbols and place it back in my pack. The forest feels different now. Not friendly exactly, but neutral. No longer actively hostile. As I hike back to my truck, I think about Drew and Vincent. Are they truly gone? Or is some essence of them trapped within that mirror now, along with the entity that took them? The thought is both horrifying and strangely comforting. At least they're not suffering anymore. At least there's some form of closure. Back at the truck, I place the wrapped mirror in a box lined with salt and iron filings, then seal it with wax mixed with sage ash. I don't know what to do with it long term, perhaps bury it somewhere remote or find someone with more knowledge who can handle it safely. All I know is this: the thing from the woods, it's not just some cryptid or old story. It's real. And while I may have contained it for now, I don't believe for a second that it's gone completely. These entities don't die. They wait. They watch. They find new ways to reach through the barriers between their world and ours. So I remain vigilant. I check my doors twice before bed. I renew protective symbols regularly. And I never, ever answer when I hear a voice calling for help in the night. Because now I know I didn't bring it back. It followed. And somewhere, somehow, it's still watching. By 2018, my friend Jake and I had been hiking companions for nearly a decade, We had traversed the dense forests of Washington and Oregon together, endured the scorching heat of southwestern deserts, and conquered the challenging peaks of the Sierra Nevada side by side. Our experiences had forged a deep trust between us, the kind that develops only through shared hardships and triumphs in remote wilderness areas. After years of exploring familiar territories, we craved something more demanding, more isolated, more primal. That's when Jake suggested the Frank Church River of No Return Wilderness, or simply the Frank, as seasoned outdoorsmen call it. Located in Idaho and spanning over 2 million acres, it represents one of the largest contiguous wilderness areas in the continental United States. The name itself carried an ominous weight that should have been our first warning. "It's the real deal," Jake said one evening as we studied maps in my apartment. "No cell service, minimal ranger patrols, and terrain so rough that most tourists never go beyond the first few miles of marked trails." His eyes gleamed with anticipation as his finger traced potential routes across the topographic lines. We'd have the place practically to ourselves. I studied the map, noting the vast distances between access points, the dramatic elevation changes, and the numerous river crossings. "It looks intense," I admitted. "Much more isolated than anything we've done before." "That's precisely the point," Jake responded, leaning back in his chair with a smile that revealed both confidence and challenge. "Are you getting hesitant? Because I can always ask someone else." That subtle provocation was all it took. 3 weeks later, we were methodically packing our gear for what would become the most harrowing experience of my life. The evening before our departure, I stood in my living room surrounded by equipment: ultralight tent, sub-zero sleeping bag, water filtration system, first aid supplies, topographic maps, compass, GPS unit, dried foods, cooking equipment, and clothing for all weather conditions. Everything had been meticulously selected, balancing weight against necessity. I recalled the warnings I'd read online about the Frank, stories of experienced hikers who had disappeared, accounts of sudden weather changes that trapped people for days, and tales of encounters with wildlife that ended badly. Warnings that I had dismissed as exaggerations designed to keep novices away. That night, I barely slept. An inexplicable unease had settled in my chest, not the usual pre-adventure excitement, but something darker, more foreboding. In retrospect, perhaps it was intuition trying to warn me, but I ignored it, attributing the sensation to normal pre-trip anxiety. Dawn brought clarity and determination. We loaded my Subaru Outback, secured the roof rack, and began the long journey northward from California into Idaho's rugged interior. The drive took nearly 2 days, the landscape gradually transforming from the familiar to the foreign. Civilization thinned out as we progressed, small towns giving way to isolated gas stations, then to nothing but wilderness. By late afternoon of the second day, we arrived at a small graveled trailhead near the middle fork of the Salmon River. A weathered wooden sign displayed a crude map of the area, along with faded warnings about bear activity and current fire restrictions. The parking area was empty except for a single dusty pickup truck at the far end. "Looks like we have the place to ourselves," Jake observed, stretching after the long drive. His voice carried an edge of satisfaction that I initially mistook for simple enthusiasm. We unloaded our packs, performed final equipment checks, and locked the car. I remember hesitating, looking back at the vehicle, our last connection to the world we were leaving behind. For a moment, I considered suggesting we postpone, start smaller, perhaps try a less remote section. But pride silenced my concerns. As we shouldered our packs and took our first steps onto the trail, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. I glanced toward the pickup truck, but saw no one. The only witnesses to our departure were the ancient pines that towered above, their branches swaying gently in the afternoon breeze. "Ready for the best hike of your life?" Jake asked, already several paces ahead. I forced a smile. Born ready. Neither of us could have anticipated what the Frank had in store for us. The first day progressed without incident. We maintained a steady pace along a well-marked trail that wound through dense pine forest. The air was crisp and fragrant with the scent of evergreens and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating shifting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. We covered approximately 8 miles before making camp near a clear, gurgling creek. The routine was familiar. Jake set up the tent while I filtered water and prepared a simple meal of dehydrated chili. We ate in comfortable silence, occasionally commenting on the day's hike or pointing out wildlife. That first night in the wilderness was peaceful, almost deceptively so. The stars blazed overhead in numbers I'd forgotten existed, their light undimmed by urban pollution. I fell asleep to the gentle sounds of water flowing over stone and wind whispering through pine needles. The second day brought more challenging terrain. The trail narrowed and began to climb, switchbacking up ridges and descending into valleys. The underbrush thickened, sometimes encroaching on the path until we had to push through tangled vegetation. Conversation dwindled as we focused on negotiating the increasingly difficult landscape. By late afternoon, we had penetrated deeper into the wilderness than either of us had anticipated. The marked trail had become less distinct, occasionally disappearing entirely before reappearing several yards ahead. At times, we relied on cairns, small stacks of rocks placed by previous hikers, to guide our way. "We're making good time," Jake remarked during a brief water break. He studied our position on the map, tracing our progress with his finger. "Another day like this and we'll reach the canyon overlook. The views there are supposed to be incredible." I nodded, conserving energy. My legs ached from the day's exertion, but it was a satisfying discomfort, the kind that comes from pushing physical limits in pursuit of something worthwhile. That evening, we pitched our tent on a relatively flat area protected by a stand of ancient cedar trees. The location offered a partial view of the valley below, now bathed in the golden light of sunset. We boiled water for our freeze-dried meals, the steam rising in the cooling air. Jake seemed unusually quiet during dinner, his gaze repeatedly drawn to the deeper wilderness that extended beyond our campsite. When I asked what was on his mind, he simply shrugged and said, "Just thinking about tomorrow's route." But there was something in his expression, a tension around his eyes, a slight furrow between his brows, that suggested more was at work than simple route planning. I slept fitfully that night, awakening several times to unfamiliar sounds. The distant howl of a wolf, the sudden snap of a branch, and once, what sounded like voices carried on the wind, though I dismissed this as the product of dreams blending with reality. The third day dawned gray and cool, with low clouds obscuring the mountain peaks. We ate a quick breakfast of instant oatmeal and coffee, packed up our gear, and resumed our journey. The trail had become increasingly difficult to follow, sometimes disappearing completely beneath fallen trees or washed-out sections. Around midday, Jake stopped abruptly and turned to me with an expression that combined excitement with something else, something almost predatory. "I'm thinking we should go off trail," he suggested, gesturing toward a densely wooded area to our right. "The real Frank is out there, not on these tourist paths." I hesitated. Going off trail meant abandoning the security of a marked route, relying instead on our navigation skills and equipment. It meant entering territory where help, if needed, would be significantly harder to find. "Are you sure that's wise?" I asked, scanning the imposing forest. "We're already pretty deep in." Jake's expression hardened slightly. "I thought you wanted an adventure. If you're scared, we can stick to the kiddie trail." His words stung as they were meant to. We had been friends long enough for him to know exactly how to provoke me. I knew I was being manipulated, but pride overrode caution. "Lead the way," I said, adjusting my pack straps. Jake grinned and immediately veered off the trail, plunging into the thick underbrush. I followed, pushing aside branches and ducking under low-hanging limbs. The change was immediate and disorienting. Without the trail as reference, the forest seemed to close in around us. Trees grew closer together, their trunks wider than my shoulders, their roots creating a chaotic maze across the forest floor. Moss draped everything, muffling sound and dimming the already subdued daylight. The ground underfoot became a spongy carpet that sometimes gave way unexpectedly. Our progress slowed considerably. We had to navigate around fallen trees, deep ravines, and dense thickets. The visibility was poor, rarely extending beyond 50 yards in any direction. More than once I found myself turned around, temporarily losing sight of Jake and feeling a surge of panic before locating him again. The air grew heavier, filled with the rich scent of decay and growth, the smell of a forest largely untouched by human presence. Birds called from unseen perches, their voices strange and somehow ominous in the filtered light. After perhaps 2 hours of this challenging travel, Jake suddenly stopped, his head tilted slightly as if listening. I paused beside him, my breath coming in controlled gasps from the exertion. "Do you hear that?" he whispered. At first I heard nothing beyond our breathing and the ambient sounds of the forest. Then it reached me, a low, steady hum, distinctly mechanical and completely out of place in this wilderness setting. We exchanged glances but said nothing. By unspoken agreement, we moved toward the sound, curiosity overriding caution. The hum grew louder as we pushed forward, eventually resolving into what I recognized as distorted music. Heavy and aggressive, with screaming vocals barely discernible beneath layers of electronic distortion. After a few minutes of careful progress, we broke through a thicket of young saplings and found ourselves facing the source of the sound, a concrete bunker, partially sunken into a low rise, its steel door hanging slightly ajar. The concrete exterior was covered in bizarre symbols, circles, zigzags, and lines that formed no recognizable pattern. The music emanated from within, pulsing like a heartbeat of something malevolent. We stopped a few yards from the entrance, suddenly aware of how exposed we were. The bunker seemed profoundly wrong in this setting, a human intrusion of the most jarring kind, not a ranger station or hiker's shelter, but something secretive and threatening. "What the hell is this place?" I whispered, my voice barely audible over the throbbing music. Jake shook his head slowly. "No idea. Military, maybe? Or some survivalist compound?" I studied the symbols scratched into the concrete. They appeared crude but intentional, possibly ritual in nature. The music continued to pulse from within the partially open door, heavy and violent. "Should we check it out?" Jake asked, his voice carrying an undercurrent of excitement that alarmed me. "Are you insane?" I hissed. "We have no idea who's in there or what they're doing." The sensible course of action was obvious: retreat quietly and continue our journey, perhaps reporting the location to rangers once we returned to civilization. But as we stood there, I realized a disturbing truth. Part of me wanted to look inside, to solve the mystery of this anomalous structure in the middle of nowhere. Before we could decide, fate intervened. A sudden gust of wind carried the scent of cigarette smoke to us. Someone was outside the bunker, possibly watching us right now. I caught Jake's eye and tilted my head back in the direction we had come. He nodded, understanding immediately. We turned and began to retreat, moving as quietly as possible through the underbrush. We had covered perhaps a few hundred yards when the forest around us changed. It wasn't anything I could pinpoint immediately, not a sound or a sight, but a feeling, as if the air itself had become charged with hostile intent. "We're being followed," Jake whispered, voicing what I already suspected. We quickened our pace, no longer concerned with stealth but with putting distance between ourselves and the bunker. Branches scraped against my arms and face as I pushed through the dense vegetation. We were discussing who would build such a structure in this remote location when two figures materialized from the trees ahead, as if they had been waiting for us. They wore full camouflage gear with balaclavas concealing their faces. Each held what appeared to be an AK-style rifle, barrels currently pointed downward but gripped with obvious readiness. My entire body tensed as Jake and I stopped, frozen in place. For several heartbeats, nobody moved. The only sound was our labored breathing and the distant thump of music from the bunker behind us. Then one of the men raised his rifle, pointing it directly at us. "On your knees," he commanded, his voice flat and emotionless. "Arms up." I glanced at Jake, whose hands were moving toward the straps of his backpack. In that moment, I realized we were in genuine danger. These weren't park rangers or even ordinary hunters. The remoteness of our location, the hidden bunker, the concealed faces, everything pointed to people who operated outside the law. As I slowly raised my hands, Jake made his move. In one fluid motion, he unclipped his pack, let it drop to the ground, and bolted to the right, disappearing into the trees. The sudden action broke my paralysis. I released my own pack straps and ran after him, zigzagging between tree trunks. A shot cracked through the air, deafeningly loud in the confined space of the forest. Bark exploded from a tree to my left, showering me with splinters. I ducked instinctively but kept running, my lungs burning and heart hammering against my ribs. Behind me, I heard someone shouting, "Cease fire! We need them alive!" The words sent a wave of terror through me, more potent than the gunfire. Whatever these men wanted us for, it wasn't something I was willing to discover. More shots followed, lower now, kicking up dirt around my feet. They were aiming to wound, to slow us down, to capture rather than kill. This realization propelled me forward with renewed desperation. Jake was ahead of me, weaving through the trees with the agility of someone whose life depended on it, which it did. I matched his pace, grateful for the years of hiking that had conditioned my body for this kind of sustained exertion. The gunfire eventually stopped, but we continued running until our legs threatened to give out. When we finally stopped, both of us were gasping for breath, bodies trembling from adrenaline and exertion. "I think we lost them," Jake managed between gulps of air, leaning against a tree for support. We listened intently, hearing nothing but the natural sounds of the forest and our own ragged breathing. No footsteps, no voices, no gunfire. But the absence of pursuit offered little comfort given our new reality. We were now deep in wilderness territory, without our packs, which meant no food, no shelter, no maps, and no emergency equipment. As the initial surge of adrenaline faded, the gravity of our situation began to sink in. We were truly alone, truly vulnerable, and night was approaching. The first night without our equipment was an exercise in misery. As darkness enveloped the forest, the temperature dropped rapidly. Without sleeping bags or tent, we were at the mercy of the elements. We huddled against a fallen log, pulling our jackets tightly around us in a futile attempt to conserve body heat. Hunger gnawed at my stomach, but thirst was the more immediate concern. We had found a small stream before nightfall and drunk our fill, but without containers to carry water, we would need to locate new sources regularly. Sleep came in brief, troubled intervals. Every sound, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the cracking of branches under the weight of nocturnal creatures, jolted me awake, convinced that our pursuers had found us. In the darkness, my imagination populated the shadows with armed men creeping closer, their rifles aimed at our sleeping forms. Jake seemed equally vigilant. We spoke little, each lost in private calculations of survival and escape. Dawn brought a bone-deep chill and renewed awareness of our hunger. We found a bush with small berries that Jake identified as safe to eat. They were sour and barely ripe, staining our fingers purple as we picked them, but they provided minimal sustenance. "We need to keep moving south," Jake said, studying the position of the morning sun through gaps in the canopy. "That's our best chance of reaching the trailhead." I nodded, too exhausted for conversation. My head throbbed with a dull, persistent ache, and my mouth felt dry despite having drunk water recently. The first signs of dehydration I recognized. Not severe yet, but concerning nonetheless. We walked all day, stopping only to drink from streams and forage what edible plants we could find. The forest stretched endlessly around us, trees so numerous and similar that progress felt illusory. Were we actually moving toward safety or merely wandering in circles? Without maps or GPS, certainty was impossible. By evening, blisters had formed on my feet, each step becoming increasingly painful. Jake wasn't faring much better. I noticed him wincing whenever he put weight on his right ankle. We found shelter under an overhanging rock formation. Not ideal, but better than complete exposure. The night was clear, allowing the temperature to drop even lower than the previous evening. We couldn't risk a fire that might attract our pursuers, so we endured the cold, shivering violently as darkness settled around us. "Who do you think they were?" I asked, breaking the long silence. Jake stared into the darkness. "Militia, maybe, or drug operations. This area's perfect for anyone wanting to stay off the grid." "What would they have done if they'd caught us?" He turned to me, his expression grim in the faint moonlight. "Let's be grateful we didn't find out." I fell into an uneasy sleep, dreaming of men in masks dragging us back to their bunker, down into darkness where the pounding music never stopped. I awoke multiple times, heart racing, convinced I'd heard footsteps approaching. The third day brought weakness and disorientation. My vision occasionally blurred at the edges, and standing too quickly caused dizziness. We found more berries and some edible roots, but our bodies were operating at a severe caloric deficit. "We need protein," Jake muttered, scanning the forest floor for signs of small game. "And fat. We can't keep going like this." But we had no weapons, no traps, no means of hunting. We trudged onward, each step requiring conscious effort. Conversation dwindled to essential communication only. Warnings about difficult terrain ahead, notifications of water sources, brief consultations about direction. The forest had transformed from a place of adventure to one of menace. Every shadow concealed potential threats. Every unexpected sound triggered a surge of adrenaline. The wild, which had once been our playground, had become our prison. Late in the afternoon, Jake suddenly stopped, raising his hand for silence. I froze, straining to hear what had caught his attention. "Engine," he whispered, pointing to our right. At first I heard nothing. Then it reached me, the distant but unmistakable sound of a motor vehicle. It could mean salvation or danger. There was no way to know which. We moved cautiously toward the sound, pushing through dense underbrush until we emerged onto a narrow dirt road, little more than a rutted track cutting through the trees, but unmistakably man-made. "Civilization," I breathed, feeling a surge of hope for the first time in days. Jake nodded, but his expression remained cautious. Could be anyone's road. Might lead to a ranger station, might lead back to them. We debated briefly before deciding to follow the road. Even if it didn't lead directly to safety, it would eventually connect to larger roads and, ultimately, to people who could help us. We walked for perhaps an hour, staying just inside the tree line rather than on the exposed road itself, a compromise between making good time and maintaining caution. The road curved and dipped, following the natural contours of the land. As we rounded a bend, a small wooden structure came into view, a ranger station, its windows glowing with warm light in the fading day. A pickup truck with National Park Service markings was parked outside. Relief flooded through me so powerfully that my knees nearly buckled. Jake placed a steadying hand on my shoulder, his own expression revealing the same profound emotion. "We made it," he said simply. We approached the ranger station slowly, aware of our appearance. Filthy, scratched, clothes torn, faces gaunt from hunger and exhaustion. The ranger who opened the door took one look at us and immediately ushered us inside. "Good Lord, what happened to you boys?" he asked, already moving to pour coffee and retrieve first aid supplies. He was an older man with a gray beard and weathered face, his uniform bearing the faded patch of someone who had served in the wilderness for decades. His name tag identified him as Ranger Wilson. As we sipped hot coffee with trembling hands, we recounted our experience. The bunker, the strange symbols, the armed men who had pursued us, our desperate flight through the forest without supplies. Wilson listened without interruption, his expression growing increasingly grave. When we finished, he picked up his radio and contacted local police, providing our location and a brief summary of our story. Then he turned back to us. "You're lucky to be alive," he said simply. "That area has a history of problems." "What kind of problems?" Jake asked. Wilson sighed, seeming to weigh how much to tell us. "The Frank is big, too big to patrol effectively. Over the years, it's attracted people who want to disappear. Some are just off-grid types, harmless enough. Others are more dangerous. Militia groups, survivalists with extreme views, even criminal operations." "And the authorities just let them stay out there?" I asked, incredulous. "It's complicated," Wilson replied. "Limited resources, jurisdictional issues. Sometimes we know generally where these groups are operating, but without specific evidence of criminal activity, there's not much that can be done. And when there is evidence, mounting an operation in terrain like this is extremely difficult and dangerous." 2 police officers arrived about an hour later. They took our statements, their expressions professional but skeptical, in a way that suggested they'd heard similar stories before. They promised to send rangers to investigate the bunker location, based on our best attempt to describe its position. We spent the night at the ranger station, sleeping on cots that felt luxurious after our nights on the forest floor. In the morning, the police returned with news. The rangers had found the bunker, but it was empty. No people, no equipment, just the concrete structure with its bizarre symbols scratched into the walls. Our backpacks were nowhere to be found. These groups are mobile, one officer explained. They probably cleared out as soon as they realized there were witnesses in the area. They'll likely relocate to another section of the wilderness. The implication was clear. They were still out there, just somewhere else now. The thought sent a chill through me despite the warmth of the ranger station. After providing us with meals and basic medical attention for our various minor injuries, Ranger Wilson drove us back to our car at the trailhead. It sat exactly as we had left it, a surreal reminder of how dramatically our circumstances had changed in just a few days. The drive home was largely silent. Jake stared out the passenger window, his expression unreadable. I gripped the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white, replaying events in my mind, questioning decisions, wondering about alternative outcomes. The wilderness that had once been a source of joy and escape had revealed a darker aspect, a reminder that not all dangers in the wild come from nature itself. The physical recovery came quickly. Within a week, the blisters had healed, the scratches had faded, and the persistent ache of hunger had become a distant memory. The psychological aftermath proved more enduring. I found myself startling at unexpected sounds, even in the safety of my apartment. Sleep became elusive, disrupted by dreams of pursuit through endless forests or of masked men dragging me into darkened bunkers. During waking hours, I was hypervigilant, constantly scanning for threats that weren't there. Jake and I spoke infrequently in the weeks following our return. When we did talk, our conversations were superficial, deliberately avoiding discussion of what had happened in the Frank. It was as if acknowledging the experience would somehow make it more real, more present in our lives. 1 month after our return, Jake called unexpectedly late one evening. "I've been doing some research," he said without preamble, "about the Frank and the symbols we saw." I felt a tightening in my chest. "Why? It's over. We got lucky. Best to leave it behind us." "Is it, though?" His voice had an intensity that alarmed me. "Don't you want to understand what we stumbled into?" "Not particularly," I replied, though this wasn't entirely true. Despite my attempts to move forward, questions lingered in my mind. Who were those men? What purpose did the bunker serve? What did the symbols mean? But pursuing answers seemed dangerous, a path leading back toward experiences I was trying to forget. "I found something," Jake continued, ignoring my reluctance. "Those symbols, they're used by a group called the Covenant of the Sacred Earth. They're an extreme survivalist cult with apocalyptic beliefs. They think society is on the verge of collapse and are preparing for what they call the Great Cleansing." "How do you know this?" I asked, unsettled by both the information and Jake's apparent obsession with it. Internet forums, news archives, academic papers on domestic extremism. It took some digging, but the patterns match. The symbols, the remote location, the armed security. It all fits their profile. I remained silent, unsure how to respond. Part of me wanted to end the conversation, to hang up and continue pretending that our experience had been an isolated incident, a random encounter with danger that held no larger significance. Another part recognized that understanding might be the only path to true recovery. "There's more," Jake said into my silence. "According to some sources, they're involved in weapons trafficking, possibly even human trafficking. They use the wilderness as a staging ground, a place where they can operate outside of government oversight." "Did you tell the police about this?" I asked, my mouth suddenly dry. "I tried. They took my statement but didn't seem particularly interested. One officer basically patted me on the head and suggested I was connecting dots that weren't there." "Maybe you are," I suggested gently. "We were under extreme stress. Trauma can make people see patterns." "I'm not imagining this," Jake interrupted, his voice sharp. "I know what I saw," what we saw. These people are dangerous, and they're operating right under everyone's noses. The conversation ended shortly thereafter, with Jake promising to send me links to his research and me promising half-heartedly to review them. After hanging up, I sat in my darkened apartment, a subtle tremor in my hands as memories I'd been suppressing threatened to resurface. I didn't look at Jake's research when it arrived in my email the next day. Instead, I archived the message, telling myself I would examine it when I felt ready, a time I secretly suspected would never come. 2 weeks later, Jake called again. This time, his voice was hushed, almost conspiratorial. "I think I'm being watched," he said without greeting. "What?" I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "There's been a car parked across from my apartment for 3 days. Different people inside, but always the same car. And I've noticed someone following me when I go out." "Jake, listen to yourself," I urged. "This sounds paranoid. Maybe you should talk to someone, a professional." "I'm not paranoid," he snapped. "They know we saw them. They know we can identify their location. We're loose ends." "The rangers said the bunker was empty when they checked. They've moved on, Jake. They don't care about us." "That's what they want you to think." His voice had taken on a feverish quality that alarmed me. "I'm going back." "You're what?" I nearly shouted. "I'm going back to the Frank. I need evidence, concrete proof of what's happening out there. Photos, recordings, something the authorities can't ignore." "That's insane," I said, genuine fear rising within me. "We barely escaped with our lives last time. You can't seriously be considering going back, especially alone." "I'm not asking for your permission," Jake replied coldly. "I'm telling you because you were there. You saw what I saw. I thought you might understand." "What I understand is that you're not thinking clearly," I insisted. "Whatever is out there, it's not worth risking your life over." "Some things are bigger than individual safety," he said. "If what I suspect is true, people are being hurt, maybe killed. I can't just pretend I don't know that." No amount of reasoning could dissuade him. The conversation ended with Jake promising to contact me when he returned, an assurance that did nothing to alleviate my growing dread. 3 days later, I received a text from Jake. "Heading in tomorrow. We'll be out of contact for approximately 1 week. If you don't hear from me by the 17th, contact Detective Rivera at Idaho State Police. I've left a sealed envelope with my research and coordinates with my sister." I immediately called him, but the call went straight to voicemail. I left a message begging him to reconsider, then tried his sister, only to learn that he had already left Idaho Falls that morning, headed for the same trailhead where our ordeal had begun. The following week was torture. I checked my phone obsessively, slept poorly, and found myself unable to focus on work or normal activities. On the evening of the 17th, with no word from Jake, I faced a decision. Honor his request to contact the police, potentially involving myself in whatever trouble he had courted, or respect his choice and allow him the autonomy to face the consequences of his actions. In the end, conscience overrode caution. I called Detective Rivera and relayed Jake's message. The detective listened patiently, asked for details about our previous experience, and promised to look into the matter. His tone was professional but non-committal, the response of someone who had heard many such reports and found most to be unfounded. 3 days later, I received a call from Idaho State Police. They had found Jake's car at the trailhead, but no sign of Jake himself. A search operation was being organized. I flew to Idaho the next day, driven by guilt and a desperate hope that my presence might somehow aid in the search. I spoke with search and rescue teams, provided detailed descriptions of our previous route, and waited in agony for news. The search lasted 5 days before being scaled back. No trace of Jake was found, no equipment, no clothing, no signs of distress or struggle. It was as if the forest had simply swallowed him. Most of the search team believed he had become lost or injured in the vast wilderness, a tragic but not uncommon occurrence. Only Detective Rivera seemed to give any credence to the story of armed men and hidden bunkers, and even his interest seemed professional rather than convinced. "People disappear in the wild for mundane reasons far more often than dramatic ones," he told me gently. "Exposure, falls, animal encounters, these claim more lives than human malice." I wanted to believe him. I needed to believe him. The alternative, That Jake had been right, that he had been taken by the same people who had pursued us, was too horrific to contemplate. I returned home eventually, leaving contact information with local authorities in case new developments arose. Weeks passed, then months. Jake's family held a memorial service, though his body had not been recovered. I attended, hollow-eyed and distant, unable to share with them the full truth of what might have happened to their son and brother. In private moments, I sometimes revisited the archived email containing Jake's research. Each time my finger hovered over it, trembling slightly before I closed the application without opening the message. Whatever truths it contained, I wasn't ready to face them. A year passed. The police officially classified Jake as a missing person presumed deceased due to wilderness mishap. His case remained open, but inactive. Life continued, as it must. I no longer hiked. The very thought of entering even a local nature preserve triggered anxiety so intense it left me gasping for breath. The wilderness had been transformed in my mind from a place of refuge to one of concealed dangers and lurking malice. Sometimes, in the liminal space between wakefulness and sleep, I imagined Jake alone in the forest, pursued by masked men with rifles, calling my name as darkness closed around him. In these moments, I would startle fully awake, drenched in sweat, reaching for a phone to call for help that would never arrive in time. Other nights, I dreamed of the bunker, its door now fully open, revealing stairs that descended into impenetrable darkness. From that darkness, music thumped relentlessly, accompanied by sounds I couldn't or wouldn't identify. In these dreams, I stood at the threshold, knowing that Jake was somewhere below, waiting for me to find him, to save him. But I never entered. I always woke before taking that step. The rational part of my mind understood that these were manifestations of survivor's guilt, my psyche's attempt to process trauma and loss. But rationality offered little comfort in the dark hours when memories of those 3 days in the Frank returned with visceral intensity. 18 months after Jake's disappearance, I received an unexpected email from a journalist named Rebecca Weaver. She was writing a series of articles on missing persons cases in national wilderness areas and wanted to discuss Jake's story. My initial instinct was to ignore the message. I had already declined numerous interview requests from local news outlets and true crime podcasts. But something in her approach seemed different, more substantive than sensational. After several days of consideration, I agreed to meet her at a coffee shop near my apartment. Rebecca proved to be serious and well prepared, with a stack of notes and a recorder she asked permission to use. She had already interviewed Jake's family and several members of the search team, she explained, and had reviewed the official reports. "What most interests me about your friend's case," she said after preliminary introductions, "is the discrepancy between the official explanation and certain details that don't quite fit the standard lost hiker narrative." "What details?" I asked cautiously. For one, Jake was an experienced outdoorsman who had successfully navigated challenging wilderness before. For another, he left behind what appears to be extensive research into extremist groups operating in the Frank Church wilderness. And then there's your initial report about armed men and a bunker, a report that was largely dismissed by authorities. I stared at her, feeling a complex mix of emotions, surprise that she had uncovered Jake's research, relief that someone was taking the more troubling aspects of his disappearance seriously, and renewed fear at the prospect of revisiting those experiences. "I don't know what Jake told you," I began carefully, "but our encounter in the Frank was—" I hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't make me sound delusional. "Traumatic?" Rebecca suggested gently. "Unexplainable. Potentially criminal." "All of those," I admitted, but mainly dismissed. Everyone seemed to think we were exaggerating or confused about what we saw. "I don't think you were," Rebecca said, leaning forward slightly. "In fact, I found evidence that supports your account." She opened a folder and removed several photographs, placing them carefully on the table between us. They showed various wilderness locations, each containing structures similar to the bunker we had encountered, partially concealed concrete installations with steel doors. Some displayed the same bizarre symbols we had seen. These were taken at different locations throughout Idaho, Montana, and eastern Washington, Rebecca explained, all on public land, all off the grid, all unauthorized. I stared at the images, feeling a cold weight settle in my stomach. What are they? According to my sources, they're outposts of several related extremist groups, militias, survivalists, apocalyptic cults. They use the wilderness as a base of operations precisely because it's so difficult to monitor and patrol. And the authorities know about these? I asked, struggling to process what she was showing me. Some they know about, others they don't. Resources for wilderness law enforcement are stretched incredibly thin, and many of these structures are temporary, used for a few months, then abandoned when there's any hint of official interest. She pulled out another document, this one appearing to be an internal report from a law enforcement agency, though specific identifying information had been redacted. According to this source, there's been increased activity in the region over the past 3 years. Weapons stockpiling, paramilitary training, and possibly involvement in human trafficking, specifically the transportation of individuals across remote border sections into Canada. Human trafficking? I echoed, remembering what Jake had said during our last conversation. Rebecca nodded grimly. Primarily labor trafficking, moving people who are then forced to work in illegal operations across the border. But also some cases involving... She paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. Involving what? I pressed. Ritual abuse, she said quietly. Some of these groups have extreme religious or ideological beliefs that include initiatory violence. The coffee shop suddenly felt too warm, too confined. I loosened my collar, trying to maintain composure as memories of the bunker and the masked men collided with these new revelations. I think Jake may have stumbled onto something significant during his research, Rebecca continued. Something that made him dangerous to these groups, and I think that's why he disappeared. If what you're saying is true, I began, my voice sounding distant to my own ears, then why hasn't there been a serious investigation? Why was his case so quickly classified as just another wilderness accident? Rebecca sighed, gathering the photographs and returning them to her folder. That's what I'm trying to find out. It could be simple jurisdictional confusion or resource limitations, or the inherent difficulty of investigating crimes in such remote areas, or what? Or there could be more deliberate reasons for the lack of official interest. Her expression was carefully neutral as she said this, but her implication was clear. You're suggesting corruption? Official protection of these groups? The idea seemed fantastical, like something from a conspiracy thriller rather than real life. I'm not suggesting anything specific yet, Rebecca replied. I'm gathering information, following leads, looking for patterns. That's why I wanted to speak with you, to hear directly about what you and Jake experienced, without the filter of official reports. I spent the next 2 hours recounting everything in excruciating detail: the bunker, the symbols, the armed men, our escape, and later, Jake's growing obsession with understanding what we had encountered. Rebecca listened intently, occasionally asking clarifying questions, but mostly allowing me to tell the story at my own pace. When I finished, she thanked me and provided her contact information, encouraging me to reach out if I remembered additional details or had concerns about my safety. What exactly are you planning to do with this information? I asked as we prepared to leave. Write the most comprehensive and accurate article I can, she replied. Shine light on something that's been kept in darkness for too long. Isn't that dangerous, if these groups are as violent as you suggest? She smiled slightly, though her eyes remained serious. Journalism always involves some risk when the subject matter is significant. But I take precautions, and the public deserves to know what's happening in our public lands. As we parted ways, Rebecca made one final comment that would haunt me in the weeks to come. Your friend Jake was brave, foolish perhaps, but brave. He recognized something important. That silence in the face of evil is a form of complicity. I returned home unsettled, my carefully constructed sense of normalcy shaken by the conversation. For months I had managed to compartmentalize my experience in the Frank, to treat it as an isolated incident best forgotten. Rebecca's investigation suggested a much larger, more systemic issue, one that had claimed Jake and potentially many others. That night, I finally opened the archived email containing Jake's research. What I found was disturbing in its thoroughness. Maps marking suspected locations of hidden facilities, timelines of known disappearances in the region, photographs taken from public records of individuals believed to be involved in extremist activities, and detailed analyses of the symbols we had seen, tracing their origins through various apocalyptic ideologies. Jake had been building a case, methodical and comprehensive, and it had likely gotten him killed. I forwarded the entire file to Rebecca, along with a brief message. "Jake would have wanted you to have this. Be careful." Her reply came hours later. "Thank you. This helps confirm several connections I've been tracking. I promise to use it responsibly, and yes, I'm always careful." 2 weeks passed without further communication. I returned to my routine, though thoughts of Jake and the bunker intruded more frequently now, stirred by the conversation with Rebecca and my review of Jake's research. Then, on a Wednesday evening, I received a text from an unknown number. "Need to meet urgently. Information about Jay, same place, tomorrow, 2 p.m. R." The message's brevity and urgency triggered immediate concern. Had Rebecca found something definitive about Jake's fate, or was she herself in danger now? I arrived at the coffee shop 30 minutes early, selecting a table with a clear view of both the entrance and the street outside. Rebecca arrived precisely at 2:00, looking considerably more harried than during our previous meeting. She carried no folder this time, just a small notebook that she kept clutched tightly. "Thank you for coming," she said, sitting down and immediately scanning the room. "I wasn't sure if you would." "You said you had information about Jake," I replied. "Of course I came." She nodded, her attention still divided between our conversation and the environment. "Before I share what I found, I need to be clear about something. After today, we shouldn't have further direct contact, for your safety and mine." A chill ran through me at her words. "What's happened?" "My investigation has attracted attention," she said quietly. "My laptop was stolen from my hotel room 3 days ago, though nothing else of value was taken, and I've noticed consistent surveillance, the same vehicles appearing wherever I go, people photographing me from a distance." "God," I breathed. "Have you gone to the police?" A humorless smile crossed her face. "With what evidence? A stolen laptop could be any random thief. And people taking pictures in public places isn't illegal. Besides, I'm not convinced all local law enforcement would be sympathetic to my concerns." She opened her notebook and pushed it across the table. Inside was a hand-drawn map with several locations marked. "I've confirmed at least 7 active compounds in the region," she explained, keeping her voice low. "Based on Jake's research and my own sources, they appear to be connected, different cells of the same organization or allied groups with similar objectives." She pointed to a location circled in red. "This is where you and Jake encountered the bunker. And this," her finger moved to another mark about 20 miles away, "is where a hunter reported strange activity 2 months before Jake disappeared. And here," she indicated a third location, "is where search teams found an abandoned campsite they believe belonged to Jake, based on personal items recovered there." I studied the map, noting the proximity of the 3 locations. "You think they found him?" It wasn't a question, but Rebecca nodded anyway. "I think he got too close to something they couldn't allow to be exposed. My source inside federal law enforcement believes these groups are involved in weapons trafficking across the Canadian border. Military-grade hardware, not just hunting rifles." "Why are you telling me this?" I asked, suddenly aware of how dangerous this knowledge might be. "Because my article is going to press next week, and when it does, there could be backlash. I wanted you to be prepared, to take precautions." "What kind of precautions? Against what?" She reclaimed her notebook, closing it carefully. "Against the possibility that someone might connect you to Jake's research or my investigation. These groups are meticulous about eliminating perceived threats." The coffee shop suddenly felt exposed, vulnerable. I resisted the urge to look over my shoulder to check whether we were being observed even now. "I'm not a threat to anyone," I insisted. "I haven't done anything with what I know." "Rational people would understand that," Rebecca agreed. "But we're not dealing with rational actors here. These are extremists who see conspiracy and danger everywhere. In their worldview, anyone connected to exposure is a potential enemy. She stood, preparing to leave. I've arranged for the full article to be sent to you when it publishes. After that, I suggest a period of heightened awareness. Change your routines, vary your schedule, be observant of your surroundings. Not forever, just until the attention shifts elsewhere. This is insane, I said, feeling overwhelmed, all because we went hiking in the wrong place at the wrong time. Sometimes that's all it takes, Rebecca replied softly. Being in the wrong place at the wrong time can change everything. As she turned to leave, I called after her. Was it worth it? For Jake, I mean. Did his research, his sacrifice make a difference? She paused, considering the question. I believe it will. The article incorporates his findings, though I've protected his identity as much as possible. When it publishes, there will be investigations that can't be easily dismissed. For the first time, these groups will face real scrutiny. After she left, I remained at the table, my coffee growing cold as I considered the implications of our conversation. What had begun as a simple hiking trip had expanded into something unrecognizable, a dark web of extremism, trafficking, and violence operating in the shadows of America's wilderness. And somewhere within that web, Jake had been caught, silenced for knowing too much, for seeing what others had missed or ignored. The thought filled me with both grief and a growing sense of responsibility. If his work, his discovery, had indeed been meaningful, then perhaps there was value in ensuring it wasn't forgotten or suppressed. I left the coffee shop with a strange mixture of dread and resolve. Whatever came next, I would face it with open eyes, honoring Jake's memory by refusing to look away from uncomfortable truths, even when that gaze invited danger. The forest that had once been a place of sanctuary had been irreversibly transformed in my mind. But perhaps understanding its darkness was the only way to reclaim what it had taken from us. Not through denial or forgetting, but through confrontation with the truth, however terrifying that truth might be. In the end, that may have been Jake's most important legacy to me. Not our years of shared adventure, but this final lesson. That some journeys, once begun, cannot be abandoned, even when they lead into shadow. The gentle hum of civilization faded behind me as I drove deeper into the Navajo Nation territory. Late September in northern Arizona meant perfect hiking weather, cool mornings giving way to comfortable afternoons. I'd been planning this solo expedition for months, meticulously plotting my route through some of the most remote regions of the reservation. My research had taken me through countless forums and backpacking sites. Everyone emphasized obtaining proper permits and respecting the sacred lands, which I'd done. What they mentioned less frequently were the warnings. The ones spoken in hushed tones about staying away from certain areas after dark, about strange noises, about being watched. I dismissed most of it as superstition or typical campfire stories meant to frighten tourists. I'd been backpacking for 15 years across 3 continents. I knew the real dangers of the wilderness: exposure, dehydration, injury. Those were the things that killed you, not folk tales. The dirt road narrowed as I approached my destination, the rental SUV bouncing over rocks and ruts. The radio had lost reception an hour ago, leaving me alone with my thoughts and the occasional glimpse of red-tailed hawks circling overhead. The landscape was breathtaking, towering mesas and deep canyons carved by ancient rivers, juniper and pinon pines dotting the terrain beneath a relentlessly blue sky. I arrived at the trailhead just after noon. The small parking area was empty, confirming what the ranger had told me when I collected my permit. This was low season, and I'd likely have the backcountry to myself. Perfect. The weight of my pack felt reassuring as I adjusted the straps. 65 pounds of carefully selected gear, tent, sleeping bag rated for below freezing temperatures, water filtration system, first aid kit, emergency satellite phone, food for 7 days, though I only planned to be out for 5. Always prepare for the unexpected. The trail began gently enough, winding through scrubby desert flora before beginning its ascent toward higher elevations. I checked my topographical map against the GPS coordinates. My goal was to reach a small plateau by nightfall, about 8 miles in. The first few hours passed pleasantly. The solitude was a welcome change from my hectic job in the city. Out here, deadlines and meetings seemed like concepts from another world. I stopped occasionally to photograph interesting rock formations or desert wildflowers, careful to preserve the battery on my camera. Around the 4th mile, I noticed something odd, unusually large animal tracks crossing the trail. They resembled coyote prints, but were significantly larger, almost the size of a wolf's. I paused, studying them. Wolves had been reintroduced to parts of Arizona, but not in this region as far as I knew. Mountain lion, perhaps? The prints seemed canine, though. A cloud passed over the sun, casting the canyon in momentary shadow. For the first time since starting my hike, I felt a slight unease. The tracks were fresh, the edges still crisp in the sandy soil. Whatever made them had passed through recently. I continued onward, more alert now. The trail grew steeper, requiring more of my attention. By late afternoon, the temperature began to drop as the sun dipped toward the horizon. I quickened my pace, wanting to make camp before darkness fell completely. The plateau appeared ahead just as planned, offering a flat area perfect for pitching my tent. A small overhang nearby would provide shelter if the weather turned. I dropped my pack with relief and began setting up camp with practiced efficiency. As I hammered the last tent stake into the hard ground, I heard it, a sound from the darkening forest edge. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream. Something in between that raised the hair on my arms. Coyotes, I told myself. Just coyotes calling to each other as night approached. But in 15 years of backcountry hiking, I'd never heard coyotes make that sound. I finished securing my camp and started my small cooking stove. As darkness enveloped the plateau, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. Every few minutes, I would turn quickly, hoping to catch a glimpse of whatever might be watching from the tree line. But there was only darkness and the occasional rustle of wind through juniper branches. That night, I recorded my coordinates and observations in my journal, mentioning the strange tracks and the unusual call I'd heard. I tried to be objective, scientific. This was simply another wilderness experience. But when I finally zipped myself into my sleeping bag, I kept my hunting knife closer than usual. And though I was exhausted from the day's hike, I found it difficult to close my eyes. I awoke to stillness. The pre-dawn light filtered through my tent, casting everything in a bluish glow. Something had pulled me from sleep. Not a sound, but rather the absence of it. The morning birds were silent. Rolling onto my side, I checked my watch. 5:17 a.m. Normally, dawn would bring a chorus of songbirds, especially in this ecosystem. Their silence was unnerving. I unzipped my sleeping bag and reached for my boots, careful to shake them out first, a habit formed after finding a scorpion in one years ago during a trip in New Mexico. As I laced them, I noticed my breath fogging in the early morning chill. The temperature had dropped more than forecasted overnight. Outside the tent, the plateau was shrouded in thin ground fog that curled around the juniper trees and rocks. Beautiful, but adding to the eerie silence. I reached for my camera only to find the battery completely drained. Strange. I'd charged it fully before leaving and had taken maybe 20 photos yesterday. Moving to the edge of my campsite, I surveyed the surrounding area. The fog limited visibility, but something immediately caught my attention. A circle of disturbed earth around my entire campsite, as if something had paced a perimeter during the night. The tracks were the same as those I'd seen on the trail yesterday, only more numerous, overlapping in places. My skin prickled. Whatever had made those tracks had surrounded my tent while I slept. Studying them more closely, I noticed an odd characteristic. They approached from the north, circled my camp, but never crossed into the area where I'd hung my food bag from a tree limb. Methodically, I photographed the tracks using my phone camera, placing my boot beside them for scale. They measured roughly 5 inches long and 3 inches wide, far too large for a coyote and unusually shaped for a wolf. The pattern of movement suggested an intelligent predator, one that had been observing me. I decided to adjust my itinerary, Instead of pushing deeper into the backcountry as planned, I would stay at this camp for another night, set up trail cameras, and try to identify whatever animal was stalking the area. If it was a predator with unusual behavior, other hikers should be warned. After a quick breakfast, I gathered what I needed for a day hike: water, energy bars, first aid kit, map, compass, knife. I'd scout the immediate area, looking for more signs of the animal. About a half-mile from camp, I found what appeared to be a kill site: scattered feathers from a wild turkey and disturbed ground. But something was off. The feathers were arranged in an almost deliberate pattern, and there were no bones or blood visible. It resembled a hunter's display more than a natural predator's feeding ground. Further on, I discovered a small spring feeding into a clear pool, perfect for replenishing my water supply later. But at the edge of the pool, pushed into the mud, was something that stopped me cold: a small handmade doll fashioned from twigs and sinew, with feathers that matched those from the kill site. I stood absolutely still, listening. This was no animal sign. Someone else was in these woods. The realization hit me with physical force. I wasn't tracking an animal. I was being tracked by a person. Every wilderness instinct screamed danger. I photographed the doll without touching it, then backed away from the spring, scanning constantly for movement. My mind raced through possibilities. A hunter? But it wasn't hunting season. Another hiker playing an elaborate prank? Unlikely in this remote area. A local resident? The nearest dwelling was over 20 miles away, according to my maps. As I made my way back to camp, moving as quietly as possible, I noticed other signs I'd missed earlier: broken branches at consistent heights, small arrangements of stones that couldn't be natural, trail markers of some kind perhaps, all seemingly pointing toward my campsite. I reached the plateau by midday, half expecting to find my tent ransacked. But everything was as I'd left it, with one chilling difference: the perimeter of tracks had been refreshed. Something or someone had circled my camp again while I was away. The satellite phone showed no signal when I tried it. I would need to climb higher for reception. The mesa about 2 miles to the west should work. But something told me leaving my camp again would be dangerous. Whatever was out there seemed to be growing bolder, approaching whenever I was absent. I spent the afternoon reinforcing my campsite, gathering rocks to create a small wall around the tent, fashioning alarms from my cooking gear that would sound if disturbed. I collected extra firewood, building a larger-than-usual campfire. Fire, at least, was a universal deterrent to both animals and humans with ill intent. As sundown approached, I sat with my back against a large boulder, facing the densest part of the forest edge. The fire crackled reassuringly, pushing back the gathering darkness. I kept my hunting knife on my belt and had a heavy walking stick across my lap. Then, as the first stars appeared overhead, I heard it again. That sound that was neither howl nor scream, but this time it was answered by another from the opposite direction. There were at least 2 of them out there, and they were coordinating. Night descended fully, bringing with it a penetrating cold that seeped through my layers. The fire cast dancing shadows across the plateau, creating illusory movements at the periphery of my vision. Each time I turned to look, there was nothing there, just darkness beyond the firelight. I checked my watch, 10:42 p.m. The sounds had stopped over an hour ago, but the feeling of being observed had only intensified. I fed more wood into the fire, watching sparks spiral upward toward stars that seemed impossibly bright and distant. The crack of a branch breaking in the forest made me jolt upright. A definite sound, not imagined. I strained to peer into the darkness, gripping my walking stick tighter. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding thin in the vast silence. "I know someone's out there." No response came, but the forest seemed to grow even quieter, as if holding its breath. I stood, moving closer to the fire, its heat at my back. "I'm armed," I announced, which wasn't entirely a lie. My hunting knife and walking stick would provide some defense, at least. Something moved at the edge of the firelight, a shadow detaching itself from the greater darkness. I raised my walking stick defensively. The figure remained just beyond clear visibility, a silhouette that seemed to shift and change as I tried to focus on it. "What do you want?" I demanded, forcing authority into my voice. The figure remained motionless for what felt like minutes. Then, deliberately, it raised an arm and pointed directly at me. A cloud passed over the moon, plunging the plateau into deeper darkness. When it passed, the figure was gone. I spun in a complete circle, scanning the perimeter, but saw nothing. Whatever had been there had vanished without sound. Sleep was out of the question now. I maintained the fire through the night, jumping at every sound. The calls of night birds, the rustle of wind through juniper branches, the occasional distant cry that might have been an animal, or might have been something else entirely. By dawn, exhaustion had taken its toll. My eyes burned, and every muscle ached from maintained tension. But I had survived the night without further incident. As light gradually returned to the world, I surveyed my surroundings. The tracks were back, fresh ones, forming that same circular pattern around my camp. But these seemed different somehow, the gait longer as if whatever made them had been running. And there were marks in the sandy soil that looked disturbingly like human handprints, as if someone had been crawling. I needed to leave. Whatever game was being played, I wanted no further part in it. I began breaking camp efficiently, packing my gear with practiced speed. The original plan had been to spend 5 days in the backcountry, but one night had been enough. I would hike back to the trailhead today, no matter how long it took. As I dismantled my tent, something caught my eye. A small object hanging from a nearby tree branch that hadn't been there the night before. Drawing closer, I saw it was another twig doll, similar to the one I'd found at the spring. But this one had something dark smeared across its surface. The realization of what it was hit me with visceral force. Blood. Still tacky, not fully dried. I abandoned the half-folded tent and grabbed my already packed essentials: water, emergency supplies, phone, and knife. The rest I would leave behind. Weight would only slow me down, and speed now seemed vital. The trail back would take me through a narrow canyon for about 3 miles before opening to wider terrain. I set off at a fast pace, constantly checking over my shoulder. The morning was clear, the sun already warming the desert air, creating a deceptive sense of normalcy. About a mile from camp, I spotted something on the trail ahead. A small pile of stones arranged in a deliberate pattern. I gave it wide berth, cutting through the brush instead of following the trail at that point. My progress was slower but felt safer somehow. The canyon loomed ahead, its walls rising steeply on either side. I hesitated at its entrance. The confined space would offer little opportunity for evasion if I encountered trouble. But it was the most direct route back, and diverging would mean additional miles through rough terrain. I entered the canyon, moving as quietly as possible while maintaining a brisk pace. The walls narrowed as I progressed, in some places barely 10 feet apart. Shadows clung to the rock face despite the mid-morning sun. Every sound, my footsteps, my breathing, the occasional dislodged pebble, seemed magnified in the enclosed space. Halfway through, I heard it, a scraping sound from above. I pressed myself against the canyon wall, looking up. Against the strip of blue sky visible between the canyon walls, a figure moved, following my progress from above. The silhouette was unmistakably human in basic form, but something about its movement was wrong, too fluid, almost predatory. I abandoned all pretense of stealth and ran, stumbling over loose rocks, driven by pure instinct. Behind me came that sound again, not quite a howl, not quite a scream, echoing off the canyon walls until it seemed to come from everywhere at once. The canyon widened gradually, offering hope. The trailhead couldn't be more than 5 miles away now, if I could maintain this pace. A flash of movement to my right. Something was paralleling my course, moving through the sparse trees with impossible speed. I caught glimpses only, a dark shape, sometimes upright, sometimes on all fours. Whatever it wasn't alone. Another shadow moved on the left side of the trail. They were hurting me. The realization that I was being deliberately corralled sent a surge of adrenaline through my system. This wasn't random. Whatever or whoever these figures were, they were coordinating, using classic predator tactics. I'd seen wolves do this with elk, coyotes with deer. Never had I imagined being on the receiving end of such a strategy. I stopped abruptly, refusing to be herded further. The trail ahead bent sharply around a large boulder formation, a perfect ambush point. Instead of continuing forward, I veered left, scrambling up a steep scree slope toward higher ground. The loose rock slid beneath my boots, but I clawed my way upward, driven by desperate energy. From above, I could better assess my situation. The trail I'd abandoned continued through increasingly narrow terrain before opening to a small box canyon, exactly where they'd been driving me. A dead end. My change in direction had momentarily confused my pursuers. I caught sight of one figure emerging from behind a juniper thicket, clearly searching. Even from my elevated position, details were difficult to discern. The figure was human-shaped, but moved with an awkward, loping gait that reminded me of an injured animal. I had perhaps a minute before they spotted me. Checking my location against my mental map, I realized there was an alternative route back to the trailhead, a game trail that skirted a ridgeline about half a mile east. It would be challenging terrain, but navigable, and more importantly, unexpected. Moving as silently as possible across the ridge, I kept low, using the scattered piñon pines for cover. The sun beat down mercilessly now, and my water supply was running dangerously low. I'd left most of it with my abandoned gear, a decision I now regretted. Below, one of the figures let out that distinctive cry again, quickly answered by another from further away. They'd realized their quarry had escaped the planned route. The hunt would intensify now. I pushed on, ignoring the burning in my thighs and the raw spots forming on my heels. The game trail appeared ahead, faint but discernible, winding around the contour of the ridge before descending toward more level ground. According to my map, it would eventually intersect with an old Forest Service road that led back to the main trailhead. Moving onto the trail provided easier going, but less cover. I maintained a steady jog, conserving energy while putting distance between myself and my pursuers. Their calls had grown more distant, but I couldn't afford to assume I'd lost them. Around midday, the trail descended into a small valley dotted with ancient petroglyph-covered boulders. Under different circumstances, I would have stopped to examine these fascinating artifacts. Now, they only added to my unease. Many depicted what appeared to be elongated human figures with animal features, the ancient Navajo representations of skinwalkers. I paused briefly in the shadow of a large boulder, allowing myself a few precious sips of water. Checking my phone, I still had no service, and the battery was at 37%. The satellite phone remained in my abandoned pack, another critical error. I had maybe 6 hours of daylight left, and the trailhead was still roughly 8 miles away. Possible, but challenging. A scatter of pebbles from above was my only warning. I dove sideways, just as something landed where I'd been sitting. Rolling to my feet, I found myself face to face with one of my pursuers. The figure was human. A man of indeterminate age, dressed in tattered clothing that might once have been hiking gear similar to my own. His skin was deeply weathered, covered in what appeared to be mud or ash in intricate patterns. But it was his eyes that froze me in place, yellow-green with vertical pupils like a cat's. Contact lenses, I told myself frantically. Had to be. He tilted his head, studying me with unnerving intensity. When he opened his mouth, his teeth appeared filed to points. "You're on sacred ground," he said, his voice rougher than sandpaper. "You shouldn't have come here alone." I backed away slowly, keeping the knife visible. "I have a permit. I'm just passing through." His laugh was dry and hollow. "Permits. Government papers mean nothing here. This land knows who belongs and who doesn't." Without warning, he dropped to all fours in a movement so fluid it barely registered before he was rushing toward me. I slashed with the knife, catching his forearm. He hissed, recoiling, dark blood welling from the wound. I turned and ran, no longer concerned with direction, only distance. Behind me, his cry rose, that same not-quite howl that had haunted me since the first night. It was answered by others, closer than expected. The trail disappeared beneath my feet as I crashed through underbrush, branches whipping against my face. My lungs burned, each breath a struggle in the thin air. I had no plan now beyond survival, beyond the next step, the next moment. A clearing appeared ahead, and beyond it, astonishingly, the glint of metal. A vehicle. Not mine, but someone's. Civilization. I burst from the tree line, hope surging. An old pickup truck sat beside what appeared to be a small cabin constructed of logs and corrugated metal. Smoke rose from a stone chimney. "Help!" I shouted, staggering toward the structure. "Please, someone!" The cabin door opened, revealing an elderly Navajo man. He took in my appearance, wild-eyed, scratched, exhausted, without surprise. "They've been following you," he stated, rather than asked, stepping aside. "Come inside, quickly." I didn't hesitate, practically falling through the doorway. He closed it firmly behind me, sliding a heavy wooden bar into place. "You've come from the north," he said, guiding me to a chair beside a small wood stove. "Through the old burial grounds." I nodded, still struggling to catch my breath. "There are people out there. They've been hunting me since yesterday." The old man's face remained impassive. "Not people," he said quietly. "Not anymore." The cabin interior was spartanly furnished but meticulously organized. Dried herbs hung from the ceiling beams, filling the space with earthy aromas. The old man moved with surprising agility for his apparent age, placing a tin cup of water in my trembling hands. "Drink slowly," he advised, settling into a handmade wooden chair across from me. His face was deeply lined, dark eyes sharp with intelligence. "I am Benjamin. This has been my home for 37 years. I sipped the water gratefully, feeling it cool my parched throat. "Thank you. He raised a weathered hand, stopping me. "No names. Not yet. Names have power here." Outside, the strange howl scream sounded again, closer now. I stiffened, nearly spilling the water. "They know you're here," Benjamin said matter-of-factly, "but they won't approach. Not my home." "Who are they?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Benjamin was silent for a long moment, stoking the small fire in the wood stove. "You came through the northern canyon, past the ancient burial sites. These are sacred places. Restricted. Your permit wouldn't have allowed access there." I frowned. My map didn't show any restricted areas. I followed the marked trail. "Maps drawn by the government," he said with a dismissive gesture. "They don't show what matters." Another call sounded outside, answered by another. Benjamin nodded as if confirming something to himself. "There are 3 of them," he said. "Brothers. Once they were archaeologists studying Navajo artifacts. They came 10 years ago, ignored warnings, disturbed things that should have remained untouched, took things that weren't theirs to take." "Those men following me are archaeologists?" I asked incredulously. Benjamin's expression darkened. "They were. Now they are caught between worlds. Not fully human anymore, but not yet fully transformed. The change takes years." A chill ran through me despite the cabin's warmth. "Transformed into what?" "In our language we call them Yi Naldlushi, skinwalkers, in English. Those who can wear the skin of animals, but it's more complicated than your Hollywood movies show. The transformation begins in the mind, then slowly alters the body." I wanted to dismiss his words as superstition, but the image of the man with those unnatural eyes and filed teeth was too vivid. The way he had moved on all fours with impossible fluidity. "The dolls," I said suddenly. "I found twig dolls." Benjamin nodded. "Markers. Warnings to each other. They're territorial, except when they hunt together. The blood was their promise to each other, and to you." A heavy silence fell between us. Outside, daylight was beginning to fade. The thought of another night with those things prowling the darkness made my skin crawl. "My truck," Benjamin said, following my thoughts. "You're wondering if I can drive you back to the trailhead." I nodded hopefully. "Not tonight," he said firmly. "They're most active at dusk and dawn. We'll leave at midday tomorrow, when the sun is highest. They retreat to the caves then." The disappointment must have shown on my face because he added, One more night won't matter. You disturbed their territory, but you haven't truly provoked them. Not yet. What would provoke them? I asked, almost afraid of the answer. Taking what's theirs, disturbing their cash. He studied my face. You found something out there, didn't you? Something you kept. I thought back to the small spring, the kill site with the arranged feathers. I had photographed the twig doll, but left it untouched. Then I remembered the turkey feather I'd absent-mindedly picked up and tucked into my shirt pocket, thinking it would make a nice memento. Slowly, I reached into my pocket and withdrew the feather. Benjamin's expression tightened. That's why they followed you so persistently. It's part of their ritual collection. He took the feather carefully, wrapping it in a small square of red cloth. This will need to be returned with proper respect. The howl screams had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed almost more threatening. Benjamin moved around the cabin, lighting oil lamps as darkness settled outside. He sprinkled some kind of powder across the threshold and windowsills. A protection, I assumed. Will they attack the cabin? I asked. Benjamin shook his head. No, they know me. I've been here since before they changed. I leave them alone. They leave me alone. It's an understanding. He prepared a simple meal of beans, cornbread, and strong coffee, which we ate in relative silence. My mind was struggling to process everything I'd experienced, to reconcile the rational world I knew with what I'd witnessed in these woods. You don't believe, Benjamin observed, not unkindly. Not fully. You're looking for a logical explanation. Maybe these are just deranged men living in the wilderness, playing elaborate games with trespassers. I didn't deny it. It seems more plausible than shapeshifters. Benjamin nodded. The world you come from doesn't have room for such things. But out here, away from your cities and technologies, the old realities persist. Not because people believe in them, but because they were always true. He stood, retrieving something from a small wooden chest. Tomorrow, we'll return the feather. Tonight, you should wear this. He handed me a small leather pouch on a cord. A protection bundle. It won't stop them, but it will mask your fear. Fear attracts them like blood attracts sharks. I slipped the cord around my neck, feeling foolish but unwilling to refuse his hospitality. Benjamin prepared a pallet for me near the wood stove while he took the room's only bed. As I lay down, exhaustion finally overtaking anxiety, Benjamin spoke once more from the darkness. The most dangerous thing in these woods isn't what they've become, he said quietly. It's what they represent. What happens when people refuse to respect boundaries, when they take what isn't theirs, when they believe themselves immune to consequences. Outside, something scraped against the cabin wall. Claws or fingers, I couldn't tell. I clutched the small leather pouch and closed my eyes, willing sleep to come. Dawn arrived with merciful normalcy. Birdsong, golden light filtering through the cabin's small windows, the smell of coffee brewing. For a moment, I could almost believe the previous days had been a nightmare, born of isolation and wilderness paranoia. Benjamin was already awake, moving quietly around the cabin. He'd laid out a simple breakfast of cornmeal porridge sweetened with honey. I ate gratefully, feeling strength return to my limbs. Did they come close in the night? I asked. Benjamin nodded. They circled the cabin several times. Curious, not aggressive. They'll be in the caves now, resting until evening. I checked my phone. Still no service, and the battery was down to 22%. Your truck, I began. You said we could leave at midday? Yes, he confirmed. But first, we must return what was taken. He indicated the wrapped feather. There is a proper way to do this, a respectful way. Part of me wanted to dismiss the ritual as unnecessary superstition, to insist we simply drive to the trailhead immediately. But after what I'd seen, I wasn't eager to disregard Benjamin's guidance. What do we need to do? I asked. We'll go to the boundary of their territory, place the feather with an offering, cornmeal and tobacco, speak words of respect and departure. Simple, but it matters. We set out around 10 o'clock, Benjamin carrying a small deerskin bag containing the wrapped feather and offerings. His truck remained parked beside the cabin. The ritual site was apparently within walking distance. The morning was clear and cool, the landscape peaceful under the autumn sun. We followed a narrow path through juniper and sage, Benjamin moving with the confidence of someone who knew every stone and tree of this land. "The boundary is just ahead," he said after about 30 minutes of hiking. "See the change in the vegetation?" I noticed it then, a subtle but distinct shift. The junipers grew more twisted, the undergrowth more tangled. Even the quality of light seemed different, as if filtered through some imperceptible barrier. Benjamin stopped at a flat stone that seemed deliberately placed. "This is far enough. They will sense our presence." He knelt before the stone, carefully unwrapping the feather and placing it atop the rock, along with small pinches of cornmeal and tobacco. He began speaking in Navajo, his voice carrying clearly in the still air. Though I couldn't understand the words, their cadence suggested both respect and firmness, an acknowledgement rather than a plea. After finishing the Navajo prayer, he switched to English, perhaps for my benefit. "What was taken is returned. No disrespect was intended. This visitor leaves your territory today and will not return. The boundary will be honored." He gestured for me to step forward. "Place your hand on the stone and repeat. I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary." Feeling somewhat self-conscious but unwilling to object, I did as instructed, the stone warm beneath my palm. "I return what is not mine. I respect the boundary." As the words left my lips, a profound silence descended, as if the forest itself was listening. Then from somewhere deep among the trees came a single howl scream. Acknowledgement or warning, I couldn't tell. Benjamin nodded with satisfaction. "It is done. We can go now." We returned to the cabin by a slightly different route, Benjamin explaining it was important not to create a direct path to the boundary stone. Throughout our walk, I felt eyes upon us, but saw nothing when I turned to look. At the cabin, Benjamin retrieved a set of keys from a hook by the door. "Time to go," he said simply. His truck was an aging Ford F-150, weathered but well-maintained. The engine started on the first try, rumbling reassuringly. We bumped down a rough access road I hadn't noticed during my panicked arrival the previous day. "This connects to the Forest Service Road," Benjamin explained. "From there, it's about 7 miles to your trailhead." We rode mostly in silence, the truck's open windows bringing the scent of pine and dust. I found myself repeatedly checking the side mirrors, half expecting to see figures loping along the roadside behind us. "They won't follow," Benjamin said, noting my anxiety. "The ritual was accepted, but they won't forget you, if you ever return to their territory." He left the implication hanging. I had no intention of ever coming back to this particular wilderness. "Those men," I said finally, "the archaeologists. Is there no way to help them?" Benjamin's weathered hands tightened slightly on the steering wheel. "They made their choice years ago. They were warned about disturbing the burial sites, about taking artifacts. The elders told them what could happen. They laughed." He glanced at me. "The transformation is slow but irreversible once it begins. First the mind changes. They become territorial, aggressive, forgetting their human connections. Then the body begins to adapt. They can still appear human when they choose, but it becomes increasingly difficult to maintain that form." "And you've been watching this happen for 10 years without reporting it?" A hint of a smile touched Benjamin's lips. "Report it to whom? The sheriff? The Forest Service? 3 missing archaeologists have become skinwalkers, officer. How do you think that would be received?" He had a point. Even with everything I'd witnessed, part of me still struggled to fully accept the reality of what was happening in these woods. The Forest Service road appeared ahead, its graded surface a welcome change from the rough track we'd been following. Benjamin increased speed slightly. "Their disappearance was investigated," he continued. "Search parties combed these woods for weeks. They found their abandoned camp, equipment left behind. The official report concluded they had become lost and succumbed to exposure. But you knew differently," he nodded. "The elders knew. those who understand the old ways. We've maintained a careful distance, respecting their territory, occasionally leaving offerings at the boundary to prevent them from venturing too close to hiking trails or populated areas. The implications were staggering. Are there others like them? Benjamin was silent for a long moment. The world is larger and stranger than most people allow themselves to know, he said finally. What happened to those men is rare, but not unique. There are places throughout these lands where the boundary between worlds grows thin, where transformation is possible for those who seek it, or those who inadvertently invite it. We turned onto a wider dirt road, and suddenly the trailhead parking area came into view. My rental SUV sat exactly where I'd left it days earlier, now coated with a fine layer of dust. The sight of it, this mundane connection to the normal world, brought an overwhelming wave of relief. Benjamin stopped his truck beside my vehicle. "Your journey ends here," he said. "What will you tell people about your experience?" I considered the question. Who would believe the truth? Even with my photos of the tracks and the twig doll, the story would sound like the ramblings of someone who'd spent too much time alone in the wilderness. "I'll say I had an uncomfortable encounter with some locals and decided to cut my trip short," I replied. Not a lie, just simplified. Benjamin nodded approvingly. "Stories like yours are dismissed every day. It's why they can continue to exist undisturbed." He reached into his shirt pocket and withdrew a small carved wooden figure, a stylized wolf. "Take this. A reminder that boundaries exist for reasons beyond human understanding, and that respect is never wasted, even when directed toward things you don't fully comprehend." I accepted the carving, its surface smooth from handling. "Thank you. For everything." "One last thing," Benjamin said as I opened my car door. "The photographs you took, the ones of their tracks, their markers, delete them." "Why?" "Images have power, connections. You don't want to maintain any connection to them once you leave this place." Though skeptical, I took out my phone and showed him as I deleted the images. He seemed satisfied. We parted without further ceremony. As I drove away, I watched Benjamin's truck in my rearview mirror until it disappeared around a bend in the road. Only then did the full impact of my experience begin to register. The boundary between the world I knew and the world I'd glimpsed was more permeable than I'd ever imagined. What other ancient truths persisted in remote places, I wondered, hidden from modern eyes, not because they were invisible, but because we refused to truly see them? I placed the small wooden wolf on my dashboard, a reminder not just of danger narrowly avoided, but of humility learned. The wilderness had always deserved our respect, not just for its natural hazards, but for mysteries far older than our scientific understanding. As the reservation fell behind me and the first signs of civilization appeared, I found myself already reconstructing the experience in my mind, filing away the most inexplicable elements, reaching for rational explanations. It was almost instinctive, this need to reconcile the impossible with the familiar. But the small wooden wolf caught the sunlight, casting a shadow across my dashboard that seemed, just for a moment, to stretch and shift into something not quite lupine, not quite human. Some boundaries, once crossed, change you forever. The summer of 2019 was particularly hot in Kentucky. I had just turned 16 and was eager to escape the confines of our small-town home, where the air conditioning struggled against the relentless heat. My 12-year-old brother Michael had been begging for weeks to go hiking in the Daniel Boone National Forest. Our parents finally relented, agreeing to take us for a day trip before school resumed in August. That morning, I woke with a strange sense of foreboding that I couldn't shake. The weather forecast predicted clear skies, but dark clouds had gathered on the horizon as we loaded our backpacks into the car. My father noticed my hesitation. "Something wrong?" he asked, keys dangling from his fingertips. "No," I replied, forcing a smile. "Just tired." The 2-hour drive to the forest entrance passed in relative silence. Michael dozed against the window, his breath fogging the glass in rhythmic patterns. Our parents discussed mundane topics in hushed tones from the front seats. I stared out at the passing landscape, watching as suburban neighborhoods gradually gave way to rolling hills and dense woodland. We arrived at the visitor center around noon. The parking lot was surprisingly empty for a Saturday in July. Only 3 other vehicles occupied spaces near the trailhead. My father consulted a map with a park ranger while my mother applied sunscreen to Michael's already freckled face. "We'll meet you kids back here at 5, my father said, handing me a trail map. "Stay on the marked paths and don't go beyond the creek bridge. Your mother and I are going to check out the historical sites near the eastern entrance." I nodded, slipping the folded map into my back pocket. "We'll be fine." Michael bounced with excitement beside me, his sneakers kicking up small puffs of dust from the dry ground. "Can we go now? Can we?" "Remember," my mother added, adjusting the straps of my backpack, "you have the emergency whistle and your phone, though reception might be spotty. Be careful." With final instructions to stay hydrated and watch out for poison ivy, our parents left us at the trailhead, their car disappearing down the winding road toward the eastern section of the park. Michael tugged at my sleeve. "Race you to the first marker." Before I could respond, he had already darted into the woods, his laughter trailing behind him like a breadcrumb path I had no choice but to follow. The first hour of our hike passed pleasantly enough. The main trail was well maintained and clearly marked with blue blazes on trees every 100 feet or so. Dappled sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting shifting patterns across the forest floor. Birds called to one another, creating a natural symphony that masked our footsteps on the soft earth. Michael moved with boundless energy, stopping occasionally to examine interesting rocks or snap pictures of unusual plants with the disposable camera our mother had given him. I maintained a more measured pace, keeping my brother within sight while scanning our surroundings. "Look at this beetle," Michael exclaimed, crouching to observe an iridescent insect making its laborious journey across a fallen log. "It's like it's wearing armor." I knelt beside him, watching as the beetle's carapace caught the light. "It's a buprestide, a jewel beetle. They're uncommon around here." "How do you know that?" "Biology class," I replied, straightening up. "We should keep moving if we want to reach the creek before it gets too late." As we continued along the trail, I began to notice subtle changes in the forest atmosphere. The birdsongs grew less frequent, replaced by an unsettling stillness that seemed to press against my eardrums. The trees grew denser, their branches creating a thicker canopy that dimmed the afternoon light to an early twilight gloom. A twig snapped somewhere to our left. Michael didn't seem to notice, but I paused, turning toward the sound. Nothing moved in the underbrush. After a moment, I dismissed it as a squirrel, or perhaps a rabbit disturbed by our presence. "How much farther?" Michael asked, his earlier enthusiasm beginning to wane as fatigue set in. I consulted the map. "About another mile to the creek bridge. Want to rest for a bit?" He shook his head stubbornly. "I'm not tired." We pressed on, but I couldn't shake the growing sensation of being watched. Twice more I heard sounds from the forest around us, a rustling in bushes, a soft thud like a cautious footfall. Each time I stopped to listen, the noise ceased immediately, leaving only the sound of our breathing and Michael's constant chatter. "Do you feel that?" I asked abruptly, cutting off my brother's monologue about his video game achievements. "Feel what?" "Like something's following us." Michael looked around, his expression shifting from annoyance to uncertainty. "No, but now you're freaking me out." "Sorry," I muttered, forcing a smile. "Just my imagination." But it wasn't imagination when, moments later, we both heard a low growl emanating from somewhere in the dense undergrowth to our right. Michael froze, his hand instinctively reaching for mine. "What was that?" he whispered, eyes wide. "Probably just a dog from another hiking group," I suggested, though I knew it wasn't true. The sound had a wild quality to it, something primal and undomesticated. I quickened our pace, keeping Michael close as we navigated a section of trail that descended sharply toward what I hoped was the creek basin. The map indicated we were approaching our destination, and I felt an irrational urgency to reach the open space by the water. Behind us, branches cracked, as something moved parallel to our path, just out of sight among the trees. We reached the creek crossing around 4 o'clock. The bridge was less impressive than I had imagined, a simple wooden structure spanning a shallow stream that gurgled over smooth stones. Still, the open area provided relief from the claustrophobic feeling of the forest trail. Michael immediately perked up at the sight of water. "Can I collect some rocks from the creek?" "Sure," I said, dropping my backpack on a flat boulder near the bridge. "But stay where I can see you." While my brother scampered down to the water's edge, I took the opportunity to survey our surroundings. The creek cut a narrow swath through the forest, creating a natural corridor that extended in both directions as far as I could see. The opposite bank rose more steeply than our side, covered in dense bushes and younger trees that seemed to crowd the water's edge. The sunlight was taking on the golden quality of late afternoon, casting long shadows across the water. According to my watch, we had about an hour before we needed to head back to meet our parents. I sat on the boulder, stretching my legs and sipping water from my bottle, watching as Michael waded ankle-deep into the creek, searching for interesting stones. "Don't go too far," I called, when he ventured toward the middle of the stream. "I'm not," he called back, bending to retrieve a particularly smooth pebble. "This one looks like an egg." I smiled, feeling my earlier tension begin to dissolve. The forest sounds seemed normal again. The bubbling of the creek, insects buzzing, distant bird calls. Whatever had followed us on the trail appeared to have lost interest or taken another path. Michael spent the next 30 minutes collecting rocks and skipping the flatter ones across the water's surface. His throws rarely made it to the opposite bank, faltering and sinking midstream. "I bet I can throw all the way across," he declared, selecting a palm-sized stone from his collection. "We should probably start heading back soon," I said, checking my watch again. "It's getting late." "Just one more try," he insisted. "Watch this." He drew his arm back and flung the stone with all his might. To both our surprise, it sailed across the creek and landed with a solid thud among the bushes on the far side. "Did you see that?" he shouted, jumping excitedly. "I did it." I was about to congratulate him when something caught my eye. A brief flash of reflection from the undergrowth where his stone had landed. At first I thought it might be water droplets catching the sunlight, but then I saw it again, a distinct pair of eyes gleaming in the shadow of the bushes. "Michael," I said quietly, standing up from the boulder. "Come here right now." Something in my voice must have conveyed the urgency I felt, because for once he didn't argue. He splashed out of the creek and moved to my side, water dripping from his sneakers. "What's wrong?" he asked, following my gaze across the water. "Do you see that? In the bushes where your rock landed." He squinted, then gasped. "Eyes. Is it watching us?" Before I could answer, another pair of eyes appeared several feet away from the first, the same eerie, yellowish gleam reflecting the diminishing sunlight. A cold sensation settled in my stomach as I realized what we were seeing. "We need to go," I said, grabbing my backpack and slinging it over my shoulder. "Now." "But what are they?" Michael persisted, still staring at the growing number of reflective eyes emerging from the underbrush. There were at least 4 pairs now, unblinking and fixed on our position. "Coyotes," I whispered, recognizing the distinctive eyeshine. "A pack of them." As if responding to my identification, one of the animals moved forward, partially emerging from the bushes. Its lean frame and pointed ears were unmistakable, even in the fading light. The coyote stood at the water's edge, assessing us with calculated interest that sent waves of primal fear through my body. I had read about coyotes before, normally shy creatures that avoided human contact. But something about this group's behavior felt wrong. They weren't retreating as wild animals typically would in the presence of humans. Instead, they seemed to be strategically positioning themselves along the bank. "They won't cross the water, right?" Michael asked, his voice barely audible. As if in direct challenge to his question, the lead coyote placed one paw into the creek, testing the current. The water was shallow enough that crossing would present no significant obstacle. I grasped Michael's shoulder, slowly backing us away from the creek's edge toward the trail we had come from. Don't run yet, I instructed, keeping my voice as steady as possible. We're going to walk backward until we reach the trail. Then we'll turn and move quickly. Understand? He nodded, his face pale with fear. We retreated step by step, watching as more coyotes revealed themselves along the opposite bank. I counted 7 distinct animals now, their collective gaze tracking our movement with predatory intensity. The lead coyote had moved deeper into the creek, water now reaching its chest as it tested the crossing. We had almost reached the trailhead when Michael's foot caught on an exposed root. He stumbled, catching himself before falling, but dislodging a shower of small stones that clattered down toward the creek. The sound seemed to trigger something in the pack. The lead coyote suddenly lunged forward, splashing across the remaining width of the creek with surprising speed. The others followed, transforming from stationary watchers to a coordinated hunting party in seconds. "Run!" I shouted, pushing Michael ahead of me onto the trail. "Go!" We bolted into the forest, the path now shadowed by the setting sun. I could hear the splash of water behind us as the coyote pack crossed the creek, followed by the soft thud of paws on earth. My mind raced through everything I knew about coyotes. Typically cautious around humans, predominantly nocturnal, normally hunting smaller prey like rabbits and rodents. This behavior was aberrant, suggesting either extreme hunger or possibly disease. Michael ran ahead of me, his shorter legs pumping furiously. I kept close behind him, constantly glancing over my shoulder to gauge the distance between us and our pursuers. The coyotes had spread out across the width of the trail, running with the efficient gait of experienced predators. "Keep going," I urged as Michael began to slow. "Don't stop." "I can't," he gasped, his breath coming in ragged pants. "Too fast." The trail inclined sharply upward, forcing us to scramble rather than run. My lungs burned with exertion as I pushed Michael from behind, willing him to move faster. The lead coyote had gained ground, now less than 50 yards behind us. We crested the hill and found ourselves momentarily out of sight of the pack. I made a split-second decision, pulling Michael off the main trail onto a narrower deer path that cut through a dense thicket. "Through here," I hissed, pushing aside branches. "Quick!" We forced our way through the undergrowth, thorns catching on our clothing and scratching exposed skin. The new path was barely visible, but it took us on a sharp angle away from our original route. I hoped it might confuse the coyotes, at least temporarily. For a few blessed moments, I thought the plan had worked. The sounds of pursuit faded, replaced by our own labored breathing and the crunch of leaves beneath our feet. Then a howl cut through the forest, a signal that sent ice through my veins. Another howl answered from somewhere to our right, then another behind us. "They're surrounding us," Michael whispered, terror evident in his voice. I pulled him close, scanning the deepening shadows between the trees. The coyotes were using pack tactics, communicating positions to cut off our escape routes. As darkness fell, their advantage would only increase. "We need to find somewhere defensible," I said, thinking frantically. "Somewhere we can see them coming." The deer path emerged into a small clearing dominated by the massive trunk of a fallen oak. Its exposed root system created a natural barrier on one side, while the substantial trunk offered protection on another. "Here," I decided, pulling Michael toward the natural fortress. "Get behind the roots." He scrambled into position while I searched the ground for anything that could serve as a weapon. I found a sturdy branch about 4 feet long, one end splintered to a rough point where it had broken from the tree. The howls grew closer, converging on our position with unnerving accuracy. I positioned myself between the approaching sounds and my brother, gripping the makeshift spear with sweating hands. The first coyote appeared at the edge of the clearing, the same leader that had initiated the creek crossing. Its fur was a mottled gray-brown, its frame gaunt but powerful. Yellow eyes fixed on us with unnerving intelligence as it paced at the perimeter, waiting for its packmates to arrive. They emerged one by one until the entire group had us surrounded, maintaining a cautious distance from my brandished branch, but showing no intention of retreating. Their coordinated behavior sent chills down my spine. This was not normal coyote conduct. Michael pressed against my back, trembling. "What do we do?" he whispered. Before I could answer, the lead coyote lowered its head and advanced. Twilight had fully descended now, the forest transformed into a world of deep shadows and muted sounds. The coyotes circled our position, their movements fluid and purposeful. I could distinguish them clearly enough to notice their individual characteristics, one with a torn ear, another with a distinctive white patch at its throat, the leader slightly larger than the others with a scar across its muzzle. I maintained a defensive stance, swinging the branch in wide arcs whenever one of them ventured too close. My arms ached from the effort, but fear provided a steady supply of adrenaline that kept fatigue at bay. "Stay behind me," I instructed Michael, who had pressed himself into the hollow formed by the tree's root system, "and get the whistle from my backpack." He fumbled with the zipper, his hands shaking so badly that the simple task took several attempts. Finally, he extracted the small metal whistle our mother had insisted we carry. "Blow it," I said, jabbing the branch toward a coyote that had inched forward on my left flank. 3 short blasts, then 3 long ones. That's the universal distress signal. Michael raised the whistle to his lips and blew the pattern as instructed. The piercing sound echoed through the clearing, causing several of the coyotes to flinch and retreat a few steps. He repeated the signal again and again, the sound seeming to expand in the dense air of the forest. I knew the chances of anyone hearing us were slim. We were at least a mile from the main trail, and most hikers would have left the park by now as darkness approached. Our parents wouldn't begin searching for at least another hour when we failed to meet them at the designated time. One of the coyotes, the one with the white throat patch, darted forward suddenly, testing my defenses. I swung the branch, connecting solidly with its shoulder. The animal yelped and retreated, but the brief victory was overshadowed by the realization that my strength was waning. I couldn't maintain this standoff indefinitely. "Michael," I said, keeping my eyes on the circling predators, "I need you to climb this tree." "What? I can't leave you down here? You're smaller and lighter. You can get higher than I can. Once you're safe, I'll follow." He hesitated, and I risked a glance over my shoulder to meet his terrified gaze. "Please, Michael, trust me." After a moment's hesitation, he nodded and began examining the fallen oak for a climbable section. The trunk itself was too broad and smooth, but where it had split upon falling, several large branches extended upward at manageable angles. "There," I said, nodding toward the most promising root. "Can you reach that first branch?" Michael stood on tiptoe, stretching his arms. "Almost." "I'm going to boost you up," I decided. "When I say now, I want you to put your foot in my hands, and I'll lift you. But the coyotes, I'll be quick. Ready?" I kept the branch extended in my left hand, maintaining a semblance of our defensive perimeter. With my right, I formed a stirrup for Michael's foot. "Now!" He stepped into my cupped hands, and I heaved upward with all my remaining strength. Michael grabbed the branch, scrambling to pull himself onto it as I immediately returned to my defensive posture, swinging the branch in a wide arc to drive back a coyote that had seized the opportunity to advance. "I got it," Michael called from above. "I'm up." "Keep climbing," I instructed, relieved to see him scaling the tree with surprising agility. "Get as high as you safely can." With Michael temporarily secured, I began to assess my own escape options. The same route he had taken would be my best bet, but I would need to abandon my defensive position to attempt it. The moment I turned my back, the coyotes would rush in. As if sensing my dilemma, the pack leader edged closer, head low, muscles tensed for a spring. I jabbed the branch at it, but this time the animal didn't retreat. Instead, it snapped at the wood, teeth scraping loudly against the bark. "They're getting bolder," I called up to Michael, trying to keep panic from my voice. "Someone's coming," he suddenly shouted. "I can see a light through the trees." I didn't dare look away from the coyotes to confirm his sighting. "Keep blowing the whistle." Michael resumed the SOS pattern, blasting the sound through the darkening forest with renewed vigor. I continued my defensive rotations, muscles burning with fatigue, praying he wasn't seeing things in his desperation. Then I heard it, a human voice calling from somewhere in the distance. "Hello? Is someone there?" "Here!" Michael and I shouted in unison. "We're here!" The coyotes seemed to register the new development, their circling becoming more agitated. The leader made a sudden lunge toward me, forcing me to swing the branch with all my remaining strength. The wood connected with its head, producing a yelp of pain as the animal retreated. "Help!" I screamed, my voice cracking with strain. "Coyotes!" The light Michael had spotted grew stronger, bobbing between trees as someone approached at a run. The beam of a powerful flashlight cut through the gloom, momentarily blinding me as it swept across our position. "Back here!" called a deep voice, followed by the distinctive sound of multiple people crashing through the undergrowth. The coyotes hesitated, caught between their hunting instincts and their natural wariness of humans. The leader snarled, still focused on me despite the approaching rescue. A figure burst into the clearing, flashlight beam dancing wildly as he ran. Behind him came two more people, also carrying lights. "Get away from them!" the lead figure shouted, waving his arms and rushing toward the coyotes with remarkable courage. The pack scattered, melting into the darkness of the forest with reluctant growls. Just like that, the standoff was over, though I remained frozen in my defensive posture, unable to process the sudden shift from mortal danger to safety. "Are you hurt?" the man with the flashlight asked, approaching cautiously. He was middle-aged, dressed in hiking gear with a Park Service patch visible on his jacket. "Were you bitten?" I shook my head, still gripping the branch like a lifeline. My arms trembled from exertion and my voice seemed trapped in my throat. "My brother," I finally managed to say, pointing upward with the branch. "He's in the tree." The ranger aimed his flashlight up, illuminating Michael's pale face among the branches. "Hello up there, young man," he called. "You can come down now. The coyotes are gone." Michael didn't move, frozen by a combination of fear and the paralyzing aftermath of adrenaline. One of the other rescuers, a woman in outdoor clothing, stepped forward. "I'll get him," she said, slinging her backpack to the ground. "I'm a climbing instructor." While she began to ascend the tree with practiced ease, the ranger turned his attention back to me. "I'm Ranger Wilson," he said, gently lowering my still-raised branch. "These are Jack and Renee. They heard your whistle while hiking and found me at a nearby marker." I nodded mechanically, struggling to process this information through the fog of exhaustion and fading terror. "Can you tell me what happened?" Wilson asked, guiding me to sit on a fallen log while keeping his flashlight trained on the surrounding darkness. In halting sentences, I described our encounter at the creek and the subsequent chase. As I spoke, the female climber, Renee, successfully coaxed Michael from his perch and helped him safely to the ground. He immediately ran to me, wrapping his arms around my waist with such force that it knocked the breath from my lungs. "You saved me," he whispered, his face pressed against my chest. I returned his embrace, the reality of our narrow escape finally hitting me with full force. Tears welled in my eyes as the magnitude of what we'd just survived registered. "Those coyotes were definitely acting abnormally," Wilson noted, frowning as he scanned the tree line. "We've had reports of unusual pack behavior in this section of the park, but nothing this aggressive. They shouldn't have pursued you like that." "Could they be rabid?" asked Jack, the second hiker who had accompanied the ranger. Wilson shook his head. "Possible, but unlikely for an entire pack. More likely they're desperately hungry. We've had drought conditions all summer, which has impacted their normal prey populations." He turned back to us. "Your parents must be worried sick. Let's get you back to the visitor center." Michael refused to release his grip on me, so Jack offered to carry my backpack as we formed a tight group for the hike back. Ranger Wilson led the way, his powerful flashlight illuminating the trail, while Renee took the rear position, occasionally sweeping her own light through the trees to ensure the coyotes weren't following. "Your quick thinking saved both of you," Wilson commented as we walked. "Taking defensive position by that fallen tree, getting your brother up to safety, using the whistle, textbook wilderness survival tactics." I didn't feel deserving of his praise. All I had done was react instinctively, driven by the primal need to protect my younger brother. There had been no coherent plan, only a series of desperate decisions. "I should never have let us stay so late," I said, guilt washing over me. I knew we needed to head back earlier. Don't be too hard on yourself, Renee called from behind. Predicting wildlife behavior isn't something most people can do, especially not teenagers on a day hike. We walked in silence for a while, the forest now fully dark around us, alive with night sounds that seemed harmless compared to what we had faced. Michael's grip on my waist gradually loosened as the immediate terror receded, though he remained unusually quiet. As we approached the main trail junction, distant shouts reached us. Familiar voices calling our names with increasing desperation. "That's our parents," I said, relief flooding through me. Wilson produced a radio from his belt and keyed the microphone. "Base, this is Wilson. I've located the missing hikers. 2 juveniles, no injuries. We're approaching the main junction now." A crackling voice responded, confirming that our parents were with a search team near that location. Minutes later, we rounded a bend in the trail to find a cluster of flashlights bobbing toward us. My mother's voice rose above the others, raw with worry. When she saw us emerge from the darkness, she broke into a run, my father close behind. The reunion was a blur of tears and fierce embraces. My mother alternated between scolding us for being late and expressing profound relief at our safety. My father, normally reserved with his emotions, held us both so tightly I could feel his heartbeat through his jacket. "Coyotes chased us," Michael explained, his voice muffled against our mother's shoulder. "Like a whole pack of them. They tried to eat us, but I climbed a tree and kept blowing the whistle like you showed us." My parents' expression shifted from relief to horror as they absorbed this information. The ranger stepped forward to explain the situation more fully, emphasizing the unusual nature of the encounter, while subtly downplaying the mortal danger we had faced. The drive home that night was subdued. Michael fell asleep against me in the back seat, exhaustion claiming him before we had even left the park boundaries. My parents spoke in hushed tones, occasionally glancing back at us with expressions that mixed lingering fear with profound gratitude. I remained awake, replaying the day's events in my mind. The golden afternoon light at the creek, the first glimpse of reflective eyes in the underbrush, the sound of paws on forest floor, the circle of predators closing in. These images played on a continuous loop, refusing to fade despite my physical exhaustion. When we arrived home, my father carried the still sleeping Michael to his bedroom. My mother insisted on examining me for injuries I might have overlooked in the chaos. She cleaned the scratches on my arms from pushing through the thicket, applying antiseptic that stung less than the thorns had. "You saved your brother's life today," she said quietly as she worked, tears threatening at the corners of her eyes. "I don't even want to think about what could have happened if—" "But it didn't happen," I interrupted, unable to bear the thought myself. She nodded, pressing her lips together to maintain composure. "Get some rest," she finally said, kissing my forehead. "We'll talk more tomorrow." But sleep proved elusive that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the lead coyote's intense gaze, felt the weight of the branch in my hands, heard Michael's terrified breathing. When exhaustion finally pulled me under near dawn, my dreams were filled with endless pursuits through darkened forests. The next morning, local news carried a brief story about our encounter. Ranger Wilson had reported the incident, prompting park officials to temporarily close that section of trail while they investigated the unusual coyote behavior. Wildlife experts were quoted speculating about possible causes: habitat disruption from recent construction, disease, changes in prey patterns due to drought. Michael developed a brief but intense fear of dogs in the weeks that followed. Even our neighbor's elderly golden retriever, previously a favorite playmate, sent him scrambling for safety behind the nearest adult. This gradually faded, though he maintained a healthy wariness around unfamiliar animals. For me, the psychological impact was more subtle. I became hyper-vigilant in outdoor settings, constantly scanning surroundings for potential threats. The sound of branches breaking in woods made my heart race. Night walks, once enjoyable, became exercises in controlled anxiety. Yet alongside these lingering fears, I discovered something unexpected about myself. a capacity for decisive action under extreme pressure. The memory of standing between those predators and my brother, terrified but determined, revealed a core of resilience I hadn't known I possessed. 3 months after our encounter, I returned to the Daniel Boone National Forest. I went alone, despite my parents' concerns, driven by some internal need to reclaim the peace I had once found in natural settings. I didn't venture to the same trail, choosing instead a popular route near the visitor center, well-trafficked and regularly patrolled. Standing among the autumn-painted trees, listening to the familiar forest sounds, I felt the last tendrils of persistent fear begin to loosen their grip. The wilderness had shown me its dangers, yes, but also taught me something valuable about myself and the primal bonds of family. That day in the forest had marked us, Michael and me, in ways both visible and invisible. The scratches on our skin had healed quickly, leaving no scars. The psychological imprints would take longer to fade, but they too would eventually transform, not disappearing entirely, but evolving into something else. Wisdom, perhaps, or respect for the untamed world that exists alongside our carefully ordered lives. As I hiked back toward the visitor center that autumn day, I spotted a lone coyote watching from a distant ridge. Our eyes met briefly across the expanse, predator and prey in momentary acknowledgement, before it turned and melted into the trees. A reminder that some boundaries, once crossed, forever change how we perceive the wilderness around us and the wilderness within. I've always been interested in the unexplained. Even as a child, I collected books about strange occurrences, watched documentaries about mysterious events, and listened to podcasts about unsettling incidents that defied rational explanation. I believed I understood fear, the theoretical concept of it at least. But nothing prepared me for what happened during that weekend in October 2018. My name is Damos, a Lithuanian name given to me by my grandparents who immigrated to America decades before I was born. I was 11 years old when the incident occurred, a skinny kid standing at just about 5 feet tall and weighing only 36 kilograms. My mother, a nurse working rotating shifts at the regional hospital, often left me with my grandparents when she had to work overnight. Their house sat on the edge of town, bordered by dense woods on one side and open farmland on the other. It was a place I normally loved visiting, until that night. My grandparents had a dinner reservation at their favorite restaurant, followed by a community event they'd been looking forward to for weeks. They weren't expected back until after 9 p.m. I didn't mind being alone. In fact, I enjoyed the independence. The old Victorian house, with its creaking floorboards and drafty corridors, had always felt like a second home to me. "We'll be back around 9:30, my grandmother had said, adjusting her pearl necklace as she stood by the door. "There's leftover stew in the refrigerator. Just heat it up when you get hungry." My grandfather had added, "Remember, keep the doors locked. Call us if you need anything." I nodded, barely looking up from my phone. "I'll be fine. I have homework anyway." After they left, I locked the door behind them and went upstairs to the guest bedroom where I always stayed. The room had an old desk positioned beneath a large window that overlooked the backyard. I set up my laptop, opened my textbooks, and began working on my math assignment. The house was quiet except for the occasional groan of old pipes and the distant hum of the refrigerator. Outside, twilight gradually surrendered to darkness. I worked steadily, occasionally glancing at the time. By 8 p.m., I had finished most of my homework and decided to take a break. That's when everything changed. The first sign that something was wrong came as a subtle disruption. I was heading downstairs to get something to drink when I heard an unusual sound, footsteps crunching on the gravel driveway outside. They were slow, deliberate, with uneven pauses between them. I froze on the middle step of the staircase, one hand on the wooden banister. The sound wasn't the quick, purposeful stride of someone walking to the front door. Rather, it seemed exploratory, as if someone was carefully examining the perimeter of the house. "Hello?" I called out, immediately regretting it. My voice sounded thin and weak against the pressing silence. No response came. Logic offered several innocent explanations. A neighbor's pet wandering onto the property, wildlife from the nearby woods, or perhaps just the settling of the house distorted by my overactive imagination. I had, after all, spent the previous night watching horror stories on YouTube, a habit my mother constantly criticized. "You fill your head with that nonsense, and then you wonder why you're jumping at shadows," she would say. Standing there in the dim stairwell, I tried to convince myself that my mother was right. I was letting my imagination run wild. Taking a deep breath, I continued down to the kitchen. The large windows in the kitchen offered a clear view of the side yard and part of the driveway. I carefully approached, staying close to the wall, and peered out. The security light illuminated most of the area, casting long shadows from the trees and bushes. Nothing seemed out of place. As I reached for a glass from the cabinet, I noticed something unusual. The security light flickered, dimmed for a moment, then brightened again. In that brief instant of darkness, I thought I saw movement at the edge of the yard, a shifting of shadows that didn't align with the wind-blown branches. My hand trembled slightly as I filled my glass with water. The house felt different now. The familiar corners seemed to hide unseen threats, and the comforting silence had transformed into a tense anticipation. I gulped down the water and quickly headed back upstairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. Back in my room, I tried to focus on homework again, but concentration eluded me. Every creak and groan of the old house now demanded my attention. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, expecting to see something that shouldn't be there. After 20 minutes of failed attempts to focus, I decided to call my grandparents. I reached for my phone, but hesitated. What would I tell them? That I was scared of footsteps I might have imagined? That shadows were moving strangely? They would either worry unnecessarily or, more likely, think I was being childish. I put the phone down and turned back to my homework, determined to push through my uneasiness. That's when I noticed the window. The large bedroom window had always given me a sense of openness, connecting the cozy interior with the expansive outdoors. Now it felt like a vulnerability, a transparent barrier too easily breached. Outside, the night had fully settled in, transforming the glass into a dark mirror that reflected the dimly lit room. As I stared at my own reflection, something moved outside. At first, it was just a vague disturbance in the darkness, like a denser patch of night shifting against the background. I blinked, convinced it was an optical illusion. It wasn't. What I saw next made my heart hammer against my ribs. Standing in the yard, partially illuminated by the distant security light, was a figure. It was unnaturally tall, towering at what must have been at least 12 feet. The proportions were wrong, too elongated, too thin to be human. Its form was pitch black, absorbing rather than reflecting the meager light. I stared, frozen in place, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. The figure remained motionless, seemingly looking directly at my window. A distant part of my mind tried to rationalize. Perhaps it was just the shadow of a tree cast by passing car headlights, or some kind of optical illusion created by the yard lights and moving branches. But then it moved. The movement was unnatural, not the fluid motion of a living thing, but a jerky, disjointed shift that reminded me of stop-motion animation. The figure tilted its head at an impossible angle, as if studying me through the window. I couldn't move. I couldn't scream. I simply sat there, a small, terrified 11-year-old boy witnessing something my mind couldn't process. Time stretched painfully. What was probably only a minute felt like an endless hour of terror. Then, with a motion too quick to follow, the figure dropped down and vanished from my line of sight. I heard a soft thud from the yard below, as if something heavy had landed on the ground. The spell of paralysis broke. I scrambled backward, knocking over my chair in the process. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps as I backed against the far wall, keeping my eyes fixed on the window. Nothing appeared. The yard outside remained still and empty. After several minutes of heart-pounding tension, I gathered my courage and slowly approached the window again. Pressing my face against the glass, I peered down into the yard. The security light cast long shadows across the lawn, but nothing unusual moved there. Whatever I had seen, or thought I had seen, was gone. I was about to turn away when a sound from downstairs made me freeze again. "Damos?" The voice drifted up from the ground floor, a familiar, comforting voice with a distinctive Lithuanian accent. "Damos, are you up there? We forgot our key. Can you open the door for us?" It was my grandfather's voice. Relief flooded through me, so powerful that my knees nearly buckled. My grandparents were home early. Whatever strange thing I thought I'd seen was forgotten in the rush of comfort their return brought. I was halfway to the bedroom door when realization stopped me cold. My grandparents wouldn't be back until after 9 p.m. A quick glance at my phone showed it was only 8:15, and they wouldn't have forgotten their key. My grandmother was meticulously organized about such things, always checking her purse before leaving the house. Most importantly, I distinctly remembered watching my grandfather lock the door from the inside before they left, using the deadbolt that required a key from either side. He had then pocketed the key. "Damos?" the voice called again, slightly more insistent. "Please come down. We need to get inside." The voice was perfect, the exact timbre and accent of my grandfather. But something about it raised the hairs on the back of my neck. It was too perfect, like a recording played back rather than a natural voice with the tiny imperfections of human speech. I stood frozen in the middle of the room, heart pounding. "Damos, we know you're there. Come downstairs now." The voice had changed subtly, still recognizable as my grandfather, but with an underlying tone I'd never heard from him before. Demanding, cold, with a hint of something that didn't sound human at all. I backed away from the door, moving as quietly as possible. My mind raced through possibilities, none of them good. Either someone was impersonating my grandfather with uncanny accuracy, or something was very, very wrong. The voice called once more, dropping all pretense of familiarity. "Come down now." The sound that came from downstairs no longer resembled my grandfather. It was deep, guttural, with an odd echo, as if multiple voices were speaking simultaneously. The words themselves seemed to vibrate the floorboards beneath my feet. Terror gripped me completely now. Whatever was downstairs was not my grandfather. It wasn't human at all. I needed evidence. I needed help. Most of all, I needed someone to believe me when this was over. My hand shook as I reached for my backpack and pulled out my GoPro camera, a birthday present from my mother who thought it might encourage me to spend more time outdoors rather than on my computer. I had barely used it, but now I was grateful for its presence. Attaching it to the extension pole, I turned it on and made sure it was recording. The small red light blinked reassuringly, a tiny beacon of technology and rationality in a situation that made no sense. From downstairs, silence had fallen. No more calling of my name, no more demands to come down. The absence of sound was somehow more terrifying than the distorted voice had been. With the GoPro extended on its pole, I approached the bedroom door. My original plan was to open it slightly and position the camera to record the hallway and stairs, but as I reached for the doorknob, a new sound froze me in place. Something was coming up the stairs. The steps were slow, deliberate, and wrong, the rhythm irregular, as if the entity climbing them had an unusual gait or too many limbs. Each creak of the old wooden staircase marked its progress toward the second floor. I backed away from the door, GoPro still recording, and looked desperately around the room for an escape route. The window was the only option, but jumping from the second floor risked serious injury. Besides, whatever I had seen outside might still be there. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and paused. Then, slowly, they began moving down the hallway toward my room. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but a strange clarity cut through the fear. If this was real, if some unknown entity was actually in my grandparents' house, I needed to document it. Not just for others to believe me, but to confirm to myself later that I hadn't imagined it all. I positioned myself in the corner farthest from the door, GoPro extended in front of me, and waited. The footsteps stopped outside my door. The hallway light, which I had left on earlier, suddenly went out, plunging the space beneath the door into darkness. The doorknob began to turn, slowly, silently. I held my breath, camera aimed steadily at the door despite my trembling arms. The door opened a crack, revealing nothing but darkness beyond. Then, gradually, it swung wider. The hallway should have been visible, but instead there was only an impenetrable blackness that seemed to absorb the light from my bedroom. Something moved in that darkness. I couldn't see it clearly, just a shifting, a redistribution of the shadows that suggested massive size and unnatural shape. The GoPro's small screen showed only static when pointed at the doorway, as if the technology itself couldn't process what was there. Then a long, impossibly thin appendage extended from the darkness into my room. Not a human arm, but something that resembled a branch or tentacle, matte black and jointed in too many places. It reached directly for the camera. What happened next occurred with terrifying speed. The appendage wrapped around the GoPro and yanked with tremendous force. The extension pole nearly pulled out of my grasp, but pure terror gave me strength I didn't know I possessed. I held on, pulling back with every ounce of my 36-kilogram frame. A strange, high-pitched sound emanated from the darkness. Not quite a shriek, not quite static, but something in between that hurt my ears and made my vision blur momentarily. The thing in the doorway pulled harder, dragging me forward across the wooden floor toward the open door. "No!" I screamed, bracing my feet against the floor. "Let go!" My voice seemed to have an unexpected effect. The pulling stopped for a split second, as if my human voice had startled the entity. In that brief moment of hesitation, I yanked back with all my might, twisting the pole to break its grip. The GoPro came free suddenly, sending me stumbling backward against the desk. The camera was intact, still recording, though the extension pole was deformed where the thing had gripped it. The plastic warped as if exposed to intense heat. In the doorway, the darkness seemed to contract, pulling back from the room. The appendage withdrew, and for a fleeting moment, I glimpsed something in the hallway. A towering silhouette that defied normal human proportions, its head nearly touching the ceiling, limbs too numerous and too long. Then it was gone. The hallway light flickered back on, revealing nothing but the empty corridor. The normal sounds of the house returned. The hum of the refrigerator downstairs, the ticking of the old grandfather clock in the hallway, the faint whisper of the heating system. I remained pressed against the desk. GoPro clutched to my chest, for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Every muscle in my body trembled from adrenaline and exertion. When nothing further happened, I finally gathered the courage to move. Keeping the camera pointed at the doorway, I sidled along the wall until I reached the landline phone on the nightstand. Without taking my eyes off the door, I dialed 911. "Emergency services, what's your situation?" The dispatcher's voice was calm, professional, and wonderfully normal. "There's someone or something in my grandparents' house," I whispered. "I'm alone and scared. Please send help." I gave the address and answered the dispatcher's questions as best I could, though I avoided describing exactly what I had seen. I knew it would sound crazy, that they might not take me seriously if I mentioned impossible heights and too many limbs. "Stay on the line with me, Damos," the dispatcher said. "Officers are on their way. They should be there in about 10 minutes. Is there somewhere safe you can hide until they arrive?" I glanced at the closet, then at the still open bedroom door. "I don't think so. It knows where I am." "Who knows where you are, Damos? Can you see the intruder?" I swallowed hard. "Not anymore, but it was just here. It tried to take my camera." "Officers are coming, Damos. Just stay calm and stay on the line." I clutched the phone like a lifeline, keeping my eyes fixed on the doorway and the GoPro ready in my other hand. The next 10 minutes were the longest of my life. The sound of sirens in the distance was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. The high-pitched wail grew gradually louder, announcing the approach of help, of rational adults who would make sense of what had happened. "The police are almost there, Damos," the dispatcher said. "Can you hear the sirens?" "Yes," I whispered, relief making my voice shake. "I can hear them. When they arrive, I want you to stay where you are until the officers call out to you. They'll identify themselves as police. Don't come down until they do, okay?" "Okay." I heard the police cruisers pull into the driveway, car doors slamming, and the crackle of radios. Flashlight beams swept across the yard, visible through my window. The blue and red lights from the police cars created a rhythmic pattern on the bedroom ceiling, strangely comforting in their normality and human origin. "Police! Anyone in the house, identify yourself!" A strong male voice called from downstairs. "I'm upstairs," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Second floor, first bedroom on the right." Heavy footsteps pounded up the stairs. Regular human footsteps with the accompanying jangling of equipment. 2 officers appeared in the doorway, flashlights sweeping the room before settling on me, huddled in the corner with the phone and camera. "Are you Damos?" one of the officers asked, holstering his weapon. I nodded, unable to speak past the lump in my throat. The officers conducted a thorough search of the house, room by room, closet by closet. They found no signs of an intruder, no evidence of forced entry. The doors and windows were all locked from the inside, just as my grandparents had left them. "Did you see who was in the house?" the first officer asked me once they had concluded their search. "Not clearly," I said, which wasn't exactly a lie. "It was dark, but I got some of it on my camera." I handed over the GoPro and the officer rewound the footage to view it on the small screen. His expression remained neutral as he watched. But I could tell something was wrong by the way his eyebrows drew together. "What is it?" I asked. He turned the screen toward me. "The footage is corrupted. There's just static during the time you said the intruder was here." I stared at the screen in disbelief. The video showed me setting up the camera, pointing it at the door, and then nothing but snow and distortion until several minutes later, when it cleared to show me on the phone with the dispatcher. "That's not possible," I whispered. "I recorded it. I saw it on the screen." The officer gave me a sympathetic look. "Technology isn't always reliable, son, especially in high-stress situations." Despite the lack of evidence, the officers took my statement seriously. One of them stayed with me while the other continued to patrol the property. They called my grandparents, who immediately left their event to rush home. By the time my grandparents arrived, pale-faced and worried, I had calmed down enough to tell a more rational version of events. I described hearing unusual noises and seeing a shadow outside that frightened me. I mentioned the voice that sounded like my grandfather, but avoided describing the impossible height or the strange appendage that had grabbed my camera. The police conducted a final sweep of the property before leaving, promising to patrol the area throughout the night. The officer who had viewed my footage gave me his card. "If you remember anything else or notice anything unusual, call me directly," he said quietly when my grandparents weren't listening. There was something in his eyes, not quite belief, but not dismissal either. He had seen something in that corrupted footage, something he wasn't acknowledging officially. The weeks following the incident passed in a blur of nightmares and whispered conversations. My grandparents, though they never said they believed my full account, were deeply disturbed by what had happened. They installed additional security lights, upgraded the locks, and never again left me alone in the house. But the measures weren't enough. Within 3 months, they had put the house on the market. When no buyers showed interest, they simply moved out, relocating to a modern apartment closer to town. The old Victorian house stands empty now, gradually deteriorating as seasons pass. Sometimes I drive by with my mother, now that I'm older. The sight of the boarded-up windows and overgrown yard fills me with a complicated mix of emotions. Nostalgia for the happy time spent there before that night, and a persistent dread that has never fully dissipated. I still have the GoPro, though I rarely use it. The footage from that night remains on the memory card, unwatched for years. The extension pole still bears the strange deformations where something gripped it, the only physical evidence that what happened was real. The police officer who gave me his card called once. about a week after the incident. He asked strange questions about the house's history, about whether my grandparents had experienced anything unusual during their years there. When I asked if he had found something in the corrupted footage, he hesitated before answering. There was something, he said finally. Probably just digital artifacts, distortion from the camera's processor, but it looked... He never finished the sentence. I've researched extensively since then, trying to find rational explanations for what I experienced. The human mind is extraordinarily good at creating patterns from random stimuli, at transforming shadows into threats when primed by fear. Perhaps that's all it was, an 11-year-old boy with an imagination overstimulated by horror stories, alone in an old house full of normal creaks and shadows. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night and the house settles around me, I remember the perfect imitation of my grandfather's voice calling my name, and the impossible silhouette in the hallway. I remember the strength with which it pulled on the camera, and the way the footage corrupted precisely during the encounter. The old Victorian house remains empty. No one has lived there since my grandparents moved out. Local teenagers occasionally dare each other to approach it at night, but none have ever broken in. Something about the place repels even the most courageous thrill-seekers. I drive by sometimes, always in daylight. From the safety of my car, I study the darkened windows and wonder what might still reside within those walls. I wonder if it's confined to that location, or if, someday, I might hear that perfect imitation of a loved one's voice calling my name from the shadows. I still don't know what I encountered that night, whether it was something supernatural or simply the product of an overactive imagination combined with ordinary but misinterpreted events. What I do know is that true fear isn't about jump scares or gore. It's about the moment when reality shifts slightly, when something impossible intrudes into the normal world, and you realize how fragile our understanding of existence truly is. That's the kind of fear that never really leaves you. It just waits, patient as the darkness, for moments when your guard is down. The wilderness was supposed to heal me. That's what everyone says, right? Get away from it all. Reconnect with nature. Find yourself in the solitude. 3 months after my divorce finalized, I packed my Subaru with camping gear I hadn't touched in years and headed to the Cascades, chasing some vague notion of catharsis. I chose the most remote trailhead I could find on the map, one that required navigating unmarked Forest Service roads for the final 17 miles. The ranger at the station raised her eyebrows when I mentioned my destination. Blackwater Ridge? That's pretty isolated, she said, studying my city-soft appearance. Not many folks head out there these days. That's the appeal, I replied, signing the backcountry permit. How's the trail condition? She hesitated. Officially, open. Realistically, hasn't been maintained in years. We're understaffed. She pushed the permit across the counter. Make sure someone knows where you are and when you're coming back. I nodded, though there wasn't really anyone left to tell. My ex had taken our friends in the separation. My parents had moved to Arizona, and my co-workers would hardly notice my absence during a 2-week vacation. The drive to the trailhead took longer than expected. By the time I parked, afternoon shadows were lengthening across the small clearing that marked the trail entrance. A weathered wooden sign, its paint mostly flaked away, displayed a crude map of the area. I shouldered my pack and set off. The first few miles felt good, physically demanding but mentally soothing. The forest was dense here, old-growth pines and cedars creating a separate world beneath their canopy. Shafts of golden light pierced through gaps in the foliage, illuminating swirling motes of dust and pollen. The only sounds were my boots on the soft earth, my breathing, and the occasional calling of birds I couldn't identify. I'd planned to reach Jackson Lake by nightfall, but the overgrown trail slowed my progress considerably. As dusk settled, I realized I needed to make camp sooner than intended. I veered off trail toward a small clearing I'd spotted through the trees. The snap of a branch stopped me cold. It came from somewhere to my left, deeper in the woods, Not the light crack of a squirrel or rabbit, but the substantial sound of weight pressing down on dead wood. I peered into the gathering darkness between the trees, but saw nothing unusual. "Hello?" I called, immediately regretting breaking the silence. No response came, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I hurried to the clearing and set up my tent with practiced efficiency, though my hands trembled slightly. I told myself it was just fatigue. After a quick meal of dehydrated stroganoff, I crawled into my sleeping bag. The forest had grown unnervingly quiet. No insects chirping, no night birds calling, just the occasional whisper of wind through the canopy high above. Sleep came fitfully, interrupted by dreams of being followed. I jolted awake sometime in the dead of night, heart racing. Something had woken me, a sound just outside my tent. I held my breath, straining to hear. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy footfalls circled my campsite, methodical and unhurried. Not a deer or elk. The rhythm was wrong, the stride too long. Each step was deliberate, pressing into the earth with purpose. I fumbled for my flashlight, but froze when a shadow passed across the tent wall, massive and bipedal. The footsteps stopped directly outside the thin nylon barrier. I could hear breathing now, deep and rumbling, like nothing I'd ever heard before. Minutes stretched into what felt like hours as I lay paralyzed, scarcely daring to breathe. Eventually, the footsteps resumed, growing fainter as whatever it was moved away. Dawn found me still wide-eyed and trembling. I broke camp in record time and abandoned my planned route, instead striking out in what I hoped was the direction of an old fire service road, marked on my map. If I could reach it by nightfall, I might be able to follow it back to civilization. The day grew hot and humid as I pushed through increasingly dense undergrowth. The trail had disappeared entirely now, forcing me to navigate by compass. By mid-afternoon, exhaustion and dehydration were taking their toll. That's when I spotted it through the trees, the unmistakable right angles of human construction. Not the fire road I'd been seeking, but something else entirely. A cabin, weathered and listing slightly, stood in a small clearing ahead. Relief flooded through me. Shelter, maybe water, perhaps even a radio or some means of communication. I approached cautiously, calling out, but received no answer. The cabin appeared long abandoned, its windows clouded with grime, its wooden steps sagging. As I reached for the door handle, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Pressed into the soft earth around the cabin were dozens of enormous bare footprints, each nearly twice the size of my own. The door creaked open with reluctant protest. I hesitated on the threshold, every instinct screaming for caution. But the alternative was another night in the tent with whatever had stalked my campsite. At least the cabin offered solid walls. "Hello?" I called again, my voice sounding small in the stillness. The interior was dim, with dust motes dancing in the thin beams of light filtering through filthy windows. The cabin consisted of one main room with a small kitchenette in one corner, and a door that presumably led to a bathroom. A stone fireplace dominated the far wall, and rustic furniture, a sagging couch, a wooden table with 2 chairs, filled the space. What caught my attention immediately were the walls. Every inch was covered with papers, newspaper clippings, hand-drawn maps, photographs, and pages filled with cramped handwriting. Red string connected certain items, creating a chaotic web that encircled the room. I approached one of the newspaper clippings, dated 1978. Search continues for missing hikers, 3rd disappearance this season. Another from 1993. Park rangers find abandoned campsite. Family of 4 vanishes without trace. My eyes moved to a photograph, grainy and overexposed, showing what appeared to be a tall, dark figure standing between distant trees. The image was blurry, but something about the proportions seemed wrong. Too tall, too broad. The handwritten pages contained frantic observations. Day 37. Heard it again last night, moving around the cabin, testing the doors. The sounds it makes aren't animal or human. Something in between. Day 42. Found another tree structure today, 20 feet high at least. branches woven together too precisely to be natural. Similar to the others but larger. They're getting closer to the cabin. Day 49. It left something on the porch. A deer carcass. Not killed by normal predators. Limbs twisted off. Message clear. This could be me. I swallowed hard, mouth suddenly dry. A research station, perhaps? Some wildlife biologist's field notes? The alternative was too disturbing to consider. The light was fading outside as I continued exploring. In the kitchenette, I found canned goods that hadn't expired yet, suggesting the cabin hadn't been abandoned for long. The small bathroom contained a shower that, to my surprise, produced cold but clean water when I turned the handle. A generator hummed somewhere outside, still operational. Relief mingled with growing unease. The cabin offered shelter and supplies, but its former occupants' obsession was deeply unsettling. Had they been documenting something real, or was this the product of isolation-induced paranoia? As darkness fell, I struggled with my decision. Staying meant possible safety, but also meant I was surrounded by evidence of something stalking these woods. Leaving meant facing the night without protection. I opted to stay, securing the door with its heavy wooden bar and checking the windows. All were intact, though none had locks. I lit the oil lamps I'd found and heated one of the canned stews on the small propane stove. While eating, I continued examining the documentation on the walls. One section was dedicated to historical accounts, newspaper stories dating back to the 1800s, describing wild men of the woods and forest devils, Native American legends of stick Indians and other forest spirits, loggers' tales of mysterious screams in the night, and massive humanoid footprints found around their camps. Another section contained more recent reports: missing hikers, strange animal killings, unexplained sounds recorded by forestry workers, and dozens of plaster casts of footprints, each measuring over 15 inches in length, with unique dermal ridge patterns meticulously noted. The most disturbing section was the map. It covered the largest wall, showing the surrounding wilderness with hundreds of pins marking locations. Red for disappearances, blue for sightings, yellow for structures, whatever those were, green for footprints. The pins clustered densely around the cabin's location. Below the map, a journal entry read, "They don't attack randomly. They're territorial and intelligent. They watch first. Learn patterns. They can mimic voices, lure you out. Don't trust what you hear outside. Don't leave after dark." Night had fully descended now. The forest outside had gone silent again. That same unsettling absence of natural sounds I'd noticed at my campsite. I extinguished all but one lamp and sat on the couch, my back to the wall, watching the windows and door. That's when I heard it. A heavy footfall on the porch outside. Then another. The old boards creaked under significant weight. Something scraped against the exterior wall, as if testing its strength. I held my breath, heart hammering against my ribs. The footsteps circled the cabin slowly, methodically, pausing at each window. A shadow passed across the glass, enormous and distinctly bipedal. Then came the sound that would haunt my dreams forever after. A low, rumbling vocalization that started as something akin to a growl but modulated into something else entirely. Something that raised the hair on my neck and sent ice through my veins. It was trying to speak. The vocalization outside morphed from guttural rumbles to something more structured. Not quite words, but unmistakably an attempt at communication. The cadence reminded me of questions, rising inflections at the end of each utterance. I remained frozen on the couch, afraid that any movement might provoke whatever stalked outside. The windows rattled as something pressed against them, testing their strength. Shadow-obscured eyes peered in, searching. When it reached the front window, our gazes met. I'd expected animal eyes, perhaps the reflected amber glow of a bear or cougar. What I saw instead were unmistakably human-like eyes, dark and intelligent, set in a face partially obscured by the window's grime and the darkness beyond. They widened slightly upon seeing me, and the creature retreated from view. The footsteps returned to the door. The heavy wooden bar across it shuddered as something pushed from outside. Then came 3 distinct knocks. Deliberate, controlled, intelligent. My mind raced through the implications. This wasn't random animal behavior. This was purposeful. The creature knew what doors were for. It was requesting entry. "I'm not opening the door," I called out, voice cracking. The knocking stopped. For several long moments, nothing happened. Then came a sound from directly above, heavy movement across the cabin's roof. Something large was climbing on top of the structure. I scanned the ceiling in panic, looking for potential entry points. The stone chimney was the obvious concern, but its narrow flue would prevent anything larger than a raccoon from entering. Still, I moved to the fireplace, ready to fend off any attempt. A scratching sound from above shifted to the rear of the cabin. I heard a metallic groan, followed by a crash. The generator outside sputtered and died, plunging the cabin into darkness save for my single oil lamp. "Shit," I whispered, fumbling for my backpack where I kept a flashlight. The darkness outside now matched the darkness within, neutralizing whatever advantage the cabin's walls had provided. I could no longer see if something was peering in, could no longer track the creature's movements. I retreated to the corner farthest from windows and doors, lamp in one hand, hunting knife in the other. The knife was meant for field dressing game, not self-defense, but it was all I had. Hours passed in tense silence. Occasionally I heard movement outside, branches snapping, leaves rustling, but always at a distance, as if the creature was patrolling the perimeter. The methodical nature of the sounds suggested intelligence and patience. Around 3 a.m., a new sound emerged from the forest, a long, mournful call that began as a deep bellow before rising to a wailing pitch that raised goosebumps along my arms. The sound echoed through the trees, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere. Minutes later, an answering call came from the opposite direction. Then another, more distant still. There were more of them out there. The realization hit me with nauseating force. I wasn't dealing with a lone predator or territorial animal. This was communication between multiple individuals. Dawn couldn't come fast enough. As the first gray light filtered through the windows, the sounds outside retreated. By full daylight, the forest had returned to normal. Birds singing, insects buzzing, as if the night's events had been merely a nightmare. I used the respite to thoroughly explore the cabin, searching for anything that might help me understand what I was facing or aid in my survival. In a trunk beneath the bed, I found the jackpot, the missing researcher's field journal. The entries began professionally enough, documenting a self-funded research expedition to study reported Sasquatch activity in the region. The writer, Dr. Alan Marshall, according to the journal's inside cover, had been a zoologist specializing in primate behavior before dedicating himself to cryptozoology. His early entries were systematic and skeptical, evaluating purported evidence, setting camera traps, collecting environmental samples. But around 2 months in, the tone shifted dramatically. March 12th, first direct observation today. Subject approximately 8, 9 feet tall, bipedal, covered in dark reddish-brown hair. Not a bear on hind legs as skeptics claim. Movement unmistakably hominid. Observed for 7 minutes before it detected my presence. Did not flee immediately. Instead maintained eye contact for 30 seconds before retreating. Intelligence evident. March 20th. They're aware of me now. Found all my camera traps disassembled. Not destroyed, but carefully taken apart and components arranged in piles. Message clear. We know what you're doing. April 3rd. Communication attempt today. Subject approached to within 50 yards. Performed series of gestures and vocalizations, attempting to learn basic patterns. They understand mimicry. Responded when I repeated vocalizations. The entries continued, documenting increasing contact with what Marshall called the clan, a group of at least 7 individuals with distinct social hierarchy and communication patterns. He'd progressed to rudimentary communication with them through vocalizations and gestures. Then came the disturbing shift, May 17th. They want something from me. Alpha male left forest offerings on porch again, flowering plants arranged in patterns, unusual stones, attempting to decipher meaning. May 25th. I understand now. They're losing territory. Logging operation 5 miles west, driving them toward populated areas. They want intervention. How can I explain I have no power to stop it? The final entry, dated just 2 weeks ago, June 2nd. They're coming tonight. I've failed to make them understand. The offerings have stopped. Found warning signs instead. Broken saplings pointing toward cabin, animal remains arranged in patterns. Classic territorial display. I should leave, but my research is too important. Humanity needs to know they exist. I'll try one more communication attempt. If unsuccessful, we'll retreat to Ranger Station tomorrow. The journal ended there. No sign of what happened to Marshall, just an ominous silence. I looked back at the walls, at the years of documentation, at the evidence of something remarkable and terrifying living in these woods. Outside, a branch snapped, then another. Something was approaching the cabin in broad daylight. I moved to the window, cautiously peering out. There, at the forest's edge, stood what I could only describe as a nightmare made flesh. Standing just within the tree line, partially obscured by foliage, was a figure that defied everything I thought I knew about North American wildlife. It stood upright, bipedal, its height difficult to gauge at this distance, but clearly massive, at least 8 feet tall. Dark reddish-brown hair covered its body, longer around the shoulders and shorter on the face, which appeared startlingly flat-featured except for a pronounced brow ridge. Most unsettling were its eyes, deep-set, dark, and undeniably intelligent. It was watching me watch it, an awareness in its gaze that transcended animal curiosity. This was assessment, calculation, decision-making. I remained frozen at the window, breath fogging the glass. Neither of us moved for what felt like eternity, but was likely only minutes. Finally, the creature deliberately raised one massive hand, palm forward. Not a threatening gesture, but one unmistakably meant to communicate. Then it retreated into the forest, melting between the trees with shocking grace for something so large. Within seconds, it had vanished completely, leaving me to question if I'd actually seen it at all. My hands shook as I returned to Marshall's journal, flipping through the pages with newfound urgency. I needed to understand what I was dealing with. The researcher's notes described a complex social structure among what he called the clan, a group with distinct individuals, hierarchies, and communication patterns. According to Marshall, they weren't the mindless beasts of campfire tales, but intelligent hominids with culture, language, and territorial boundaries. His notes documented observed behaviors, tree structures used as territorial markers, complex vocalizations with apparent syntactical patterns, gift-leaving as communication, and most disturbing, strategic intimidation of humans who ventured too deep into their territory. Marshall believed they deliberately cultivated their mystique, the sightings rare enough to be dismissed as legend, the evidence scant enough to be explained away by skeptics. They were, in his assessment, actively avoiding human documentation, until something changed. The logging operation Marshall mentioned had apparently pushed them into conflict with humans. They'd sought him out not as prey, but as potential intermediary, a human who might understand them, who might help. And when he couldn't, they'd... What? The journal ended without explanation. Marshall had vanished, leaving everything behind. Had they killed him, driven him away, or something else entirely? I spent the rest of the daylight hours preparing for nightfall. I repaired the generator best I could, restored power to the cabin, and took inventory of supplies. There was enough food for perhaps a week if I rationed carefully. The water still worked, drawing from what I assumed was a nearby spring. Most importantly, I formulated a plan. The nearest ranger station was a 2-day hike according to my map, assuming I could find and follow the old fire road. But attempting to leave meant exposing myself in territory they clearly considered their own. The cabin, for all its isolation, offered security and shelter. I decided to wait one more day, to observe their patterns and behaviors from safety before attempting to leave. If Marshall's notes were accurate, they were most active at dawn and dusk. My best chance would be to leave midday when they typically retreated deeper into the forest. As evening approached, I secured the cabin, barricading the door and windows as best I could. I positioned myself in the main room with clear sight lines to all potential entry points, Marshall's journal and my knife close at hand. Darkness fell, and with it came the silence. That same unnatural hush that had preceded previous encounters. The forest itself seemed to be holding its breath in anticipation. The first indication they had returned was a subtle vibration, almost imperceptible but growing stronger. Rhythmic impacts on the earth outside, like coordinated footfalls circling the cabin. Not just one set, but many moving in concert. Then came the vocalizations, complex exchanges between multiple individuals. Some were the deep, rumbling calls I'd heard before, while others were higher-pitched, almost song-like. They were communicating with each other, discussing strategy, perhaps. I recalled Marshall's notes. They use sound to disorient and intimidate. Multiple individuals will call from different directions, creating auditory confusion for the target. Classic predator tactic, but executed with disturbing intelligence. The sounds converged on the cabin from all directions. I turned slowly in place, tracking the movement outside. They were coordinating, positioning themselves around the structure. Something scraped against the rear wall, claws or fingers dragging across wood. Another sound at the roof, weight shifting the ancient timbers. A shadow passed across the window to my left, then another to my right. They were testing the perimeter, probing for weaknesses. A sharp crack from the back of the cabin made me jump. I spun toward the sound, knife raised. Something had broken, wood splintering under force. Another crack followed, then a crash as something gave way entirely. Cold night air rushed in from the storage room at the cabin's rear. They had breached the outer wall. I backed toward the front door, weighing impossible options. Stay and face whatever was breaking in, or flee into darkness where others surely waited. Before I could decide, the power failed again. The lights died, plunging me into absolute darkness. I fumbled for my flashlight, found it, clicked it on. The beam illuminated the massive figure now standing in the doorway between the main room and the storage area. It stood fully upright, its head nearly touching the ceiling. Broad shoulders filled the frame, powerful arms hanging at its sides. The face was partially shadowed, but I could make out those same intelligent eyes from the forest, now fixed directly on me. It took a step forward, floorboards creaking under its weight. I raised my knife, knowing it was futile. The creature stopped, tilted its head slightly, studying me. Then slowly, deliberately, it extended one massive hand, palm up. In its center lay a small object that gleamed in my flashlight beam. Dr. Marshall's voice recorder. The creature's stance remained non-threatening, powerful arm extended with the voice recorder resting in its massive palm. Its breathing was deep and rhythmic, a rumbling sound that filled the cabin. Those intelligent eyes never left mine, watching, assessing. Every instinct screamed to run, but rationality kept me rooted in place. If it wanted to harm me, it could have done so already. This deliberate approach, this offering, suggested something else entirely. With trembling fingers, I reached for the device, half expecting the creature to lunge. It remained perfectly still as I plucked the recorder from its palm. Only then did it retreat one step, giving me space. A calculated move, showing awareness of human comfort zones, demonstrating intelligence and restraint. I examined the recorder, a standard digital model with a small screen showing several saved audio files. The most recent was dated the day after Marshall's final journal entry. Heart pounding, I pressed play. Marshall's voice emerged, strained and urgent. "If you're hearing this, you've found my cabin. I need you to understand what's happening here. They're not what we thought. Not mindless beasts. Not monsters." Background noises interrupted, heavy breathing, rustling movement. The recording continued. "They brought me here, to their, I don't know what to call it. Not a village, exactly. A gathering place. There are structures, tools, evidence of culture. They're showing me deliberately, wanting me to document. More background noise then. The logging company moved into the Western Valley 3 months ago. It's driving them from ancestral territory, forcing them closer to human settlements. They need an advocate, someone to speak for them. That's why they've been allowing themselves to be seen more frequently, a desperate measure from a species that's survived by staying hidden. Marshall's voice dropped to a whisper. I'm recording multiple files explaining what I've learned, their language, behavior patterns, social structure, evidence that could prove their existence. They understand what I'm doing. They're cooperating. The recording ended abruptly. I looked up at the creature, still watching me intently from the doorway. Its massive finger pointed toward the recorder again, indicating more files. I played the next one. Territorial boundaries are marked with elaborate stick structures. They communicate location, resources, warnings through these markers. Different designs have different meanings. They're a sophisticated form of writing, essentially. Another file. Social structure is complex. Extended family groups with clear hierarchy. Evidence of knowledge transmission between generations. Tool use observed repeatedly. Not just found objects, but modified implements for specific purposes. File after file detailed Marshall's observations and discoveries. The creatures, Sasquatch, Bigfoot, whatever name humans had given them, were not the mindless beasts of legend, but intelligent hominids with culture, communication, and community. The final recording was different. Marshall's voice was tense, frightened. They've shown me something disturbing. The logging company isn't just clearing trees. They're developing the land. Plans for a resort complex. It would destroy the clan's core territory, drive them out completely. The clan is divided on how to respond. Some advocate retreat deeper into wilderness. Others suggest more aggressive territorial defense. I'm trying to mediate, to find another solution. If I can get evidence to the environmental authorities. The recording cut off mid-sentence. I looked up at the creature, understanding dawning. Marshall, I said quietly, where is he? The creature made a series of gestures, pointing deeper into the forest, then making a sweeping motion with its arm. He left, I guessed. A slow blink, affirmation. And you brought me his recordings. You want me to continue his work? Another blink. Why me? The creature tilted its head, studying me. Then it gestured toward the wall covered with Marshall's research, toward the maps showing the territory and the encroaching development. I understood then. It wasn't random that I'd found this cabin. They had been watching me since I entered their territory. Had perhaps even herded me here, away from my planned route. I was being recruited. I don't know if I can help, I said honestly. I'm not a scientist. I don't have influence or connections. The creature made a rumbling sound deep in its chest, not threatening but insistent. It gestured again to the recorder in my hand. I played through the files again, listening more carefully. Marshall had documented not just observations, but action plans, contacts in environmental agencies, journalism connections, legal strategies for blocking the development on endangered species grounds. The creature waited patiently as I absorbed the information. When I looked up again, it had moved slightly further into the room. In the improved light, I could see its features more clearly. The heavy brow ridge, the wide nose, the surprisingly expressive face. Female, I realized, noting the proportions and facial structure matching Marshall's descriptions of sexual dimorphism in the species. She was trusting me with her presence, making herself vulnerable by entering this human space. The significance wasn't lost on me. If I agree to help, I said slowly, to take Marshall's research and try to stop the development, would you let me leave safely? She made a gesture, arm extended toward the door, path cleared. And the others, your family, they'll let me go too? She made a series of vocalizations, deep, resonant sounds that carried through the walls of the cabin. Answering calls came from outside, higher and lower pitches responding in kind. Then she stepped aside completely, clearing my path to the door. I gathered Marshall's journal, the recorder, and as much of his research as I could fit in my pack. The creature watched silently as I prepared to leave, her expression unreadable but her eyes never leaving mine. As I reached the door, I hesitated. Do you have a name, something I can call you? She made a sound, a complex vocalization I couldn't possibly reproduce. "I'll call you Silva," I said. "From the forest." She blinked slowly again. Acceptance. I unbarred the door and stepped out into the night. The forest beyond was filled with shadows, some of which I now knew were not merely trees. Eyes reflected my flashlight beam from multiple directions, the rest of the clan watching. Silva emerged behind me, standing tall in the doorway. She made a gesture toward the old fire road visible in the moonlight, then pointed southeast. The way out. I nodded my understanding and took my first steps away from the cabin, Marshall's research heavy in my pack and heavier still in my mind. Behind me, Silva called out once more, a sound that seemed to carry a message, even though I couldn't understand the language. It felt like a farewell, or perhaps a warning. As I walked the moonlit path, the forest whispered around me. I knew they were following, watching, escorting me to the edge of their territory, guaranteeing my safety in exchange for my promise. I had entered these woods seeking escape from my broken life. I would leave them carrying a burden and purpose I never expected. The truth about what lived in these forests had found me. Now I had to make the world believe. The hike out was surreal. I moved through the dark forest with my flashlight beam illuminating the path ahead, constantly aware of movement in my peripheral vision. They were escorting me, never directly visible, but unmistakably present. Occasionally, branches would snap or foliage would rustle, reminding me of my silent guardians. By dawn, I reached the fire road. The dirt track was overgrown but navigable, clearly leading back toward civilization. As the sun rose higher, the sense of being watched gradually diminished. At some invisible boundary, they had stopped following. I was leaving their territory. The journey back to my car was arduous but uneventful. My mind raced with everything I'd experienced, everything I'd learned. Marshall's research, secured in my backpack, felt like both treasure and burden. 2 days later, I emerged from the wilderness, haggard and exhausted but determined. The ranger station appeared deserted when I arrived, but a truck was parked outside. I knocked urgently on the door. A different ranger than the one who'd issued my permit answered, eyebrows rising at my disheveled appearance. "You look like you've seen a ghost," she said, ushering me inside. "Not a ghost," I replied. "Something much more real." Over the next few hours, I told her everything. Finding the cabin, discovering Marshall's research, the encounter with Silva and her clan. I showed her the journal, played the recordings, spread out the maps detailing the clan's territory and the planned development. Her skepticism gradually gave way to stunned silence as the evidence mounted. When I finished, she sat back in her chair, running a hand through her hair. "Dr. Marshall was well known in certain circles," she said finally. "Respected before he went all in on cryptozoology. His disappearance caused some concern, but most assumed he'd simply gone deeper into the backcountry." "He did," I said, "just not willingly at first." She nodded slowly. "Even with these recordings, these notes, it's going to be almost impossible to convince people. You understand that, right? Decades of hoaxes and false claims have poisoned the well. I know, but the development is real. The environmental impact is real. We don't need people to believe in Sasquatch to stop the logging and construction. We just need to use the right legal mechanisms." "We?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "I made a promise," I said simply. Over the following weeks, that promise consumed me. I worked with the ranger, Karen, to compile Marshall's research into actionable evidence. We focused on the environmental impact angles, documenting the unique ecosystem of the region, and identifying several legitimately endangered species whose habitats would be destroyed. We contacted environmental advocacy groups, carefully excluding the more fantastic elements of our discovery. We leaked information about the development plans to local media, stirring community opposition. We filed challenges with regulatory agencies, forcing impact studies that would delay construction. All the while, I kept Marshall's true discoveries close. The recordings, the journal, the evidence of an undocumented intelligent species living in our forests. These remained secure, waiting for the right moment, the right audience. 3 months after my encounter in the woods, I returned to the edge of the territory. Not all the way to the cabin, but to a meadow that Marshall had marked as a neutral ground, a place where contact had occurred before. I came alone, against Karen's strenuous objections. I brought news. The development had been temporarily halted pending further environmental review. Our coalition had won the first battle, though the war was far from over. As dusk fell, I waited in the meadow, wondering if anyone would come. Hours passed with nothing but normal forest sounds surrounding me. Perhaps they weren't here anymore. Perhaps they'd moved on when their territory was threatened. Then, just as I was about to leave, I heard it. That distinctive, low vocalization that had haunted my dreams for months. I turned toward the sound. Silva stood at the forest's edge, taller and more imposing than I remembered. She wasn't alone this time. A smaller figure stood beside her, juvenile, watching me with curious eyes. I approached slowly, hands visible, unthreatening. When I reached speaking distance, I stopped. "The development is delayed," I said, knowing she could understand even if she couldn't respond in kind. "We're fighting it, using the legal system, environmental regulations. It's working so far." Silva made a gesture, head tilted, questioning. "I haven't told anyone about you," I assured her. "Not the whole truth, just enough to protect the forest. Your secret is safe." She studied me for a long moment, those intelligent eyes seeming to look through me rather than at me. Then she made a sound, not the complex language she used with her kind, but something simpler, crafted for my benefit. It sounded remarkably like good. The juvenile beside her watched me with undisguised curiosity. Future generations, I realized. I was working to protect their future as much as the present clan. Silva made another gesture, a hand extended toward me, then sweeping back toward the forest. An invitation. I hesitated only briefly before nodding. "Yes," I said. "I want to learn more." As I followed them into the gathering darkness, I reflected on how thoroughly my life had changed. 3 months ago, I'd come to these woods broken and alone, seeking solitude to heal my wounds. Instead, I'd found purpose, connection, a cause greater than myself, and perhaps most incredibly, the truth behind one of humanity's oldest legends. The forest closed around us as we walked, 3 bipedal figures moving through ancient trees. 1 human, 2 not quite, but all sharing this planet, this ecosystem, this moment in time. Behind us, the mists swallowed our footprints, mine narrow and defined, theirs massive and primal. Evidence of our passage would fade, just as it had for centuries. The world wasn't ready for the whole truth yet, but I was, and I would keep my promise to those who had chosen to reveal themselves to me. In the deepening twilight, I followed Silva deeper into her world, leaving mine behind, at least for now. The truth about what lived in these forests had found me, and I had found my purpose in protecting it. Some secrets I'd learned were worth keeping, and some truths changed everything. As night fell completely, the forest came alive with sounds, not the random chaos of wilderness, but the complex communication of an intelligent species that had evaded human documentation for millennia. I listened and began to learn.